Ali ve erişe ve tişteki din heye ko bala mehrev dikişine ev eriş ev dimeni havqa zalal ev şahidi havqa zalal ve dere hene leser ve erişe داخویانیه که نتویک بویتنه داخویانیه که سازیه که رخصتن المحفل مروتنه داخویانیه که شرمزار کرنا سازیه کیجی تنه راپورا که لسر دبستان هاتیه آوا کرن که دبستانه بن باندورا ایریشا ده سوری ده تنه دوی راپور ده بحث که اوجی و انفرماسیونش دیساج مدیای کشاندیه دوی راپور ده جو حقا بحث که شخینی و جوی راپوره Mezopotamia Agency o henek rojnamedin cidane ve erişe leşxeyni va ser ve erişe dereki de enformasyon derbasna be o zaman nuçeya deji rojnamavara diyar kirne ku devleta Türk balafra bemrovi erişe mektep dibistan.
And in the news report, it is mentioned that it was an airstrike carried out by a Turkish drone, and initially 4 children died, but after updated information, the number increased. That's why it only says 4 children were killed. That was the immediate. The report, but as I said, updated afterwards and the number increased. And the second one you can see ANF news talking about the UN-supported school was targeted by Turkish government, Turkish army. There is another Kurdish newspaper published in Turkey, and in this piece it says Turkish state forces on the 18th of August in the Shemoka village of Haseki district, they targeted an educational center for girls, and the school was supposed to be under the protection of the UN and also by the international coalition. And they also shared the names of the children and girls that were killed. But as I said, these are all the Kurdish newspapers and media outlets that they are talking about the incident, but no other media has ever covered this attack. As I mentioned earlier, after listening to the children and their testimonies, and after seeing the footages, I think there is no need for further discussions. Everything is very clear and obvious. But what I can add, that a school bombing a school is the breach or the violation of the Geneva Convention and international law and the relevant protocols. Article 3rd of the Geneva Convention prohibits very clearly the violence against the civilian or targeting civilians or targeting any educational center. And Article 54, 56, and also the optional Protocol 1, this prohibition was even enhanced for the protection of the civilian population. And this attack has also violates the principle of equality of arms, because in equality of arms it also gives a protection to the civilian population. So this principle was also violated, and civilians who do not have any arms were bombed and killed. So this attack, it was indiscriminately attacking civilians. At the end, as I said, I will keep it short after seeing the footage and listening to the testimonies, but as we mentioned yesterday, the children in Rojava, that they witness how the human dignity is violated in Rojava, and the children in Rojava, they have to witness this violation. But on the other hand, the children, the youngsters of Rojava are rebuilding their own future, and they are also defending human dignity. In the century that we live, the Chinese youngsters, the children, are teaching us as lawyers, as journalists, or any other professionals, we need to support these children and help them in protecting and defending human dignity. And it is a duty of all of us that we have to talk about these incidents. Of course, as a requirement of our proficiency, we will talk about international instruments, conventions, international treaties, but it is also our moral duty to talk about it. And as I said, these youngsters, the children, are rebuilding the human dignity. And with all we can do in our capacity as professionals, we have to continue.
Thank you, Rangin. I think before we turn to the next area, you can't hear?
No microphone.
Yeah, it's on.
It's on.
Oh.
Okay, I would like to ask a couple of questions before we move on, if that's okay. Yeah. One question. Okay, sorry. I wanted to ask you whether this is a representative attack of whether other schools in Rojava have also been attacked, or whether this is the only one. And if it is the only one that's been attacked, why that might be, why this particular school would have been targeted.
نتني اف دبستان بيه هدف كرتنا نتني اف دبستان بيه هدف كرتنا إريشا.
This is not the only school that was attacked. There are other schools that have been targeted. And yesterday we mentioned another school in Tel Rifat. There was another school, and very close the school was targeted, and the children playing in around the school were also wounded and killed. And in this one, the children, the girls that you see, they are playing volleyball at the time of the attack. But I'm not sure about the dates, but I mentioned Tel Rifat yesterday, and it was in a playground of a school, very close to a school, and with all the victims, all the casualties were also children. So we cannot say Shemoko was the only one that targeted, because we gave, but if they have a specific purpose, intention, they have to.
يعني الدولة الترك هر دايم يعني الباكوري كردستان.
Maybe I can add this. Turkish state, we know it from North Kurdistan, from Turkish Kurdistan. Turkish government they are not only dealing with the actions of the Kurds, they are also focusing on the ideas of the Kurds. So even if you don't take any actions, but if you have any connection, any feeling with any other ideologies about other Kurds, so they think that these can also be come into action, and therefore they feel themselves entitled to target these civilians.
Thank you, Ms. Prosecutor Rengin. I have two questions. The testimonies, first, the testimonies mention an international coalition. Would you kindly explain what this international coalition is so that we can have a little bit more idea why the school was there and why they were not able to lend assistance to the school? My second question is about the schools in attack. You mentioned that this was not the only school that was attacked, but I was wondering if the schools were, in the curriculum of the schools, were they taught in Kurdish language, or is the Kurdish culture and literature also being taught in these schools? And if so, would you consider the attacks against the school as a proliferation of the attempt to eradicate Kurdish identity? Thank you.
I will start with the last question. The regions under control of the democratic autonomy, Kurdish and Arabic are the languages taught at school, and in that region, both languages are spoken by the local population. So in this school, not only Arabic but also Kurdish was taught. In addition, English, and we also heard from the teacher and also from the children. The curriculum is slightly different. It was more like an international curriculum of international standards that they were following or pursuing. They had music lectures, lessons, math and others. So this was a very international curriculum. And on the first day, as my colleagues mentioned, wherever Turkish government controls in Syria or in the occupied regions, the first thing is that Kurdish is eliminated or taken off the curriculum. Instead, it was replaced with Turkish language. So, but in the regions, in the democratic autonomous administration, the language are flexible. It depends on the ethnicity of the majority living there. It is Arabic, and Kurdish is the second one, and they also taught other languages spoken in the area, as well as international languages such English and French. So if this answer is clear, then I can go to the first one. So the protocol that I mentioned was not between the international coalition and the autonomous administration. It was between the United Nations and the Syrian Democratic Forces. And this coalition base that I mentioned, it is around 2 kilometers away from the school. And international coalition is a coalition with the participation of all these countries, and they are fighting, or they are conducting a fight against ISIS. But what I was trying to say, there is an international base fighting against terrorism, and there is a school 2 kilometers away, and there is an explosion, there is an attack, and nobody even bothered coming and checking on the children. So and because it's a military base and they have military personnel qualified for first aid, helped them, and maybe they could have saved children. As I said, at the first impact, there are 4 children killed, and there is another one died after was taken. Maybe if there was an earlier help or intervention from the infirmary, if they were taken to the infirmary, maybe we could have saved the child. So this is just my first reaction or instinct. How come that they remained quiet? They didn't do anything. So, and this I can say, when ISIS is attacking the Kurds and then.
Thank you very much, Rengin, for your presentation. So the prosecution case continues with a presentation on the bombing of a printing house.
Thank you, Madam President. Now we are inviting a team member of our prosecution, Florian Botung. Florian is a young human rights researcher and activist currently working at the Legal Center Lesbos, and he conducted the investigation on behalf of prosecution team.
Thank you, Jane. Honorable Madam President, honorable judges, I will present to you the case of the Simav printing house. Simav printing house was a civilian printing house that was bombed by a Turkish drone on the 25th of December 2023, around 11 o'clock in the morning in Kamishli. This strike happened without any prior warning, giving people inside no chance to escape death, killing 7 civilians and injuring several others. The attack was a direct response to the death of 12 Turkish soldiers in fights with the PKK in Kurdistan in the Iraqi territory. It was part of a larger campaign for, as Erdogan called it, revenge, stretching over multiple days, in which oil and gas infrastructure was targeted, or also, for example, Kobani Medical Center, which we heard yesterday in the presentation of Heike. According to Rojava Information Center, on the 25th of December, attacks focused primarily on factories producing construction materials, agriculture, and food. First, I would like to present to you a video of the bombing. Could you start the video? This clip was part of a could you go to the next slide? Yes. This clip was was published by TRT Hubble, which is a TV state channel. The full video showed multiple bombings, including the footage that was just shown. While the location of the bombings were not given, I will present to you in a short moment that this building is indeed Simav Printing House. During this attack, Simav Printing House was destroyed, and to this day, it was not rebuilt. Before that, let's briefly look at the location of Simav Printing House. As you can see, Simav Printing House is located around 700 meters from the Turkish border, which you can see up in the corner. Around it are several structures that are quite important for civil society. We have, for example, on the top, an electrical substation. We have a train station very close by. and we also have a vegetable market in the very close vicinity of this location. Could you play the video again? This video shows the immediate aftermath of the attack, in which you can see that in the middle of the building, a car was burning, which led to emergency response being delayed to such a degree that most probably people died just because of this burning car. In a report published by Syrians for Truth and Justice, an eyewitness recalls, "We heard the voices of people trapped inside the printing press building. They were shouting for help. However, it was impossible to go inside because the vehicles at the main entrance were burning down, functioning like a fire barrier. Due to this, several of the cordoned people lost their lives as we failed to reach out to them on time. Less than 10 minutes later, the fire engines arrived and started to put out the fire." Next to the human cost of 7 civilian lives, the attack also destroyed several machines and warehouses of the printing house. The material damage is estimated to be over $150,000, and to this day, the destruction caused to the machines could not be repaired due to the lack of funding issues with receiving the necessary permits and import restrictions to relevant repair equipment. In this photograph, you can see on the one side just Simav printing house, and on the other side an overlay of the screenshot from the video that we saw at the beginning, which clearly shows those are indeed the two same locations, the one same location. I would like to take a moment to actually introduce the printing house to you. Amidst the civil war in 2013, the owners of Jalalat Barkhan Company, the precursor of Simav printing house, was founded. It started as a family-owned business and employed 14 people in total. During the time of the civil war, cultural and education materials were scarce. The Syrian government had prohibited Kurdish or Arabic literature pieces that opposed its policies in Kurdistan. As the influence of the Syrian government started to diminish in Kamishli, the newly started printing house started to fill a gap, publishing books of local authors next to newspapers and magazines. Crucially, as one of 2 major printing houses in the region of Kashmir, Simav was never financed by any government or other organization, but remained fully independent from outside influence. Over time, the company grew, changed its name to Simav Printing House, and moved to a bigger location, which is the current one that it also was bombed at then in 2023. At the time of the bombing, Simav had expanded its operation to include also services for advertisement, branding, and design for local businesses. Here in this picture, you can see examples of what Simav Printing House actually produced. You can see these are simple advertisements. It's nothing special. At the same time, Simav Printing House also produced around 6,000 newspapers per week, and it was also the main supplier of school books of the area. At the time of the bombing, it had 28 employees. And as you can see, Simav printing house was for the region not just any ordinary printing house, but it was an important driver of the educational and cultural scene in the region. Following the attack, other small printing houses tried to fill the gap left by the bombing. However, it was not possible, especially in regards to school books, to fill these gaps, meaning that to this day there are not enough school books in the region. Additionally, local academics, novelists, and artists have to rely on printing houses in Lebanon or in Kurdistan in Iraq, meaning that the attack also damaged the local economy. Most importantly, it clearly shows the civilian nature of Simav, which should disqualify it as a military target immediately. Here you can see the post of TRT Harbor that I had mentioned already. Again, to remind you, TRT Harbor is Turkish state TV channel, and it published this video. The TV station claims that Turkey was responsible for the attack. Interestingly, it claimed that the authorities were taking utmost care to avoid harm to civilians in residential areas. This statement is already laughable, considering that the attack on Simav killed 7 civilians and civilian infrastructure was destroyed. However, let me further illustrate what utmost care seems to be in the eyes of Turkey. In this picture, you again see a Simav printing house, but in the red square, the building is a school. Luckily, since the attack was on the 25th of December, no children were actually in the school. However, you can imagine the damage that this does, and indeed, here are pictures that you can see. We have a lot of broken glass. If there were people in this building, it would have been quite dangerous for them. It is clear that Turkey failed to discriminate between military and civilian targets. Even if Simav would have been involved in the dissemination of propaganda, because let's be honest, a printing house cannot do much more than printing propaganda, considering that it is a printing house, and there is not really much other military benefit. If we assume that the printing house was actually involved in any kinds of these activities, it is still clear that, as it was outlined by the International Tribunal of Yugoslavia, that just the production or dissemination of war propaganda is not enough to make the producing facility a military target. Consequently, the Turkish military had no justification to bomb Simav. Turkey did not take all possible precautions to protect the lives of civilians. Instead, it bombed without a warning, killing 7 people. This means the attack fulfills all the elements of the war crime of intentionally targeting civilian structures. On the 27th of December, Minister of National Defense Yasar Güler claimed in a statement published on X, formerly known as Twitter, that Turkey had neutralized 59 terrorists over multiple operations in Syria and Iraq. He reiterated what Erdogan had said earlier, that the attacks were retaliation for the deaths of Turkish soldiers. It should be noted here that Turkey usually uses the word neutralize when it refers to killing people. One day later, on the 28th of December, the Ministry of National Defense gave a more precise number of, in the words of the ministry, neutralizing 27 terrorists in Syria over the previous week. The ministry further claimed that they were implementing all necessary measures in the region to uphold security and stability, and it was making efforts to continue to facilitate the safe return of Syrians. Honorable judges, I believe I speak for everyone in this room when I say I don't understand. How can indiscriminate bombing of critical infrastructure, civil infrastructure, and civilians contribute to the upholding the security and stability of Syria? How can this facilitate the safe return of Syrians? We know Turkey is deporting migrants to Syria in violation of the non-refoulement principle, but let's be clear about one thing. Indiscriminate bombing is a reason why people flee Syria, not return to it. Nevertheless, the two statements show another element to this crime that I would like to focus on next. Turkey claims to have killed terrorists. So let's have a look at who they actually killed. Next slide. Yes, thank you. The first person is Riyad Hamo Ben Hassan. He worked as a guard for Simav and was hit by a shrapnel in the right chest. He died as a result of a cardiac arrest. Berivan Mihamad, she worked as an assistant accountant for Simav. She died due to a cardiac arrest caused by internal bleeding. Ferhan Khalaf, he worked as the director of Simav. He died due to fourth-degree burns to larger parts of his bodies. Jean Ali, he was a customer that was present at the time of the bombing. He was hospitalized with shrapnel in his left skull and died after 4 days in intensive care. Farhan Sheikhmus Tameh, he was also just a customer. He was hit by shrapnel in the back of his skull and died as a consequence. Finally, we have Renas Hussein Ben Hamid, who again was a customer. He died of a respiratory hypertension due to wide penetrating injuries to his chest. Identification materials and medical reports will be provided to you after this day. There is not a single piece of evidence, no report, no testimony that suggests that any of these 7 people were affiliated with the PKK or any other armed group. We have taken the testimony of Mr. Khalid Abdul Hamid Ibrahim, which you will see as a statement at the end of this presentation. Khalid confirmed that he knew the victims personally and he was not aware of any affiliation to any armed group. But then how is it that Turkey speaks of terrorists? Well, the Turkish anti-terror law number 3713 defines in Article 1 terrorism so ambiguously that almost any person could be a terrorist. Turkey has received a lot of criticism for this vague and unusable definition, but just to give you an example, it defines terrorism as any kind of act done with the aim of eliminating fundamental rights and freedoms. So if we take this literally, arguably, Turkey itself falls under this definition and should be considered a terrorist. I think this illustrates quite starkly how utterly unacceptable this definition is. Ultimately, it means, as such, the following crimes should be considered: the crime against humanity of murder, the war crime of willful killing, and the war crime of intentionally targeting civilians. Just to highlight this, the Turkish Criminal Code under Article 77A codifies the systematic, intentional killing against a part of a society and in accordance with a plan with a political, philosophical, racial, or religious motive shall constitute a crime against humanity. I believe yesterday and today leave it beyond any reasonable doubt that the attacks in Rojava are systematic. And they are in accordance with a plan with a political motive. As such, it is clear to the prosecution that the killing of 7 civilians in the Simav printing house constitutes a crime against humanity, not just under international customary law, but also Turkish domestic law. To close this presentation, I would like to present to you a pre-recorded statement of Khalid Abdul Ibrahim regarding the bombing of Simav, which he gave during his testimony. A full version of the testimony will also be submitted to you. He was supposed to come today, but unfortunately, he was not issued a visa. Khalid is a lawyer in Syria since 2001. He was on his way to work at the time of the bombing and was in his car about 100 meters away. Khalid has provided many of the documents that are presented today. We thank him very much for his work and support.
Okay.
Okay, so the recording has started now. And it seems like this is an old version where the full testimony is still recorded. Yes. The time, it should be around minute 20 somewhere. But
قالك سباس جو عالي متبرسيم خلاص بون استفاز مشتاد برسك داوي بكم تشتك هبيج عالي خود تليزي دبكي يا مش بير كرباس برسبكم
يعني تاني مكاربي بيجن يعني شاب خاناك سيفيل بو بيت انذار بيت آگاهی هر کس لسر کاری خوب بو همو سیویل دندره کاری دندره چاپخانه دبون چاپخانه مگود جی کی سیویل دبو و هات هدف قرتنن يعني طياري تركا طياري عسكري هات هدف قرتنن جور دربت جور خويا يحانوا جور دليكت خويا ابو يعني جبو فيجي مخابن بريندار هبون قربانيه سيفيل هبون خراكرنك مزن عجيب تشيبو خسارتك مادي مزن عجيب جبو خديوي تشيبو نا حتى نكار ابابك نكار اصلاح شبك.
Well, I would just like to add that it's a civil place that was bombed by Turkey without any like alert, without any warning, and there were some civilians working there to pursue their life or livelihood, and it's not just to do that with civilians. Until now, the owner of the project cannot fix all the damages because it is a huge, there is huge destruction caused by the bombing.
يعني ام غانسر هين آگرد شغلي هين بريندار هبون هين جنازة هبون جبو فيجي اسعاف هات جي چقواس هات جي لي مخابن راش تنوان فهنا انك مخابن حفت حب جوانا جيانا خوش دستان بريندار جي هبون خراكرنك مزن هبون مخابن يعني هين آگرد شغلي ام غانسر.
When I arrived at the place of the printing house, there were still some fires because of the bombing, and the ambulances and the medical teams were there trying to take casualties, injured and dead bodies from the place.
وبراسيجي ترسك مزن شيء قدنا في خلقه باعتبار شابخاناك سيفيل بو دنافا هرمك سيفيل دنافا مالين سيفيل دي آباكريه خطراوي سر كسكي تونه فجبو بيجي ترسك مزن لدردور اخواش خلقه سيفيل لتشيكر هناك جوان تقريبا يعني نما قريب حادمه كي هر المالي خواه.
And the bombing of the print house of Simav has caused a huge concern for the citizens and population here, as it is a civil project and it was also bombed by another country or state. And some people were even afraid to go to their houses that were very close to the print house.
Spas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I suggest that we carry on with the attacks on journalists, and then we can take questions on both these areas.
Well, actually, the statement on journalists is just a short video by a Belgian journalist who will not be present and not be accessible. But I'm fine with your suggestion, of course.
Any questions for this witness? Sarina, any questions for the witness? Thank you. Okay. Can I just ask? Yeah. Okay, well, we do have one question.
Sorry. The destruction of this printing house, which served a larger community purpose, including publishing a newspaper, are there other printing houses that are there producing propaganda material?
There is one other printing house that is of a similar size in the region. However, as far as I know, also this is not producing any propaganda.
Sorry, I meant propaganda from the Turkish side. So you got the TRT.
That's a TV channel.
Yes, that's a TV channel. But is there anything else that the Turkish authorities have introduced that provides a challenge to independent, community-based publications?
As far as I know, no. But maybe my colleagues know more.
About knowing more, but I think as you realize the video that they published at a state TV channel, they do not mention the printing house. Turkey's main argument is based on not targeting civilian objects. So it's difficult to find a counter argument here because Turkey is saying that no, we never ever done it. So this is not possible to find something like that.
Just to follow up, is the other printing house, is that also in Kamishlo? Is that now producing the newspaper, or is there now no newspaper being produced?
The other printing house is in operation. However, it is not possible to fill this gap that was left by the destruction of the Simav printing house. It is, as far as I know, resuming operation as usual, but it was not able to increase production to fill the gap that was left behind by Simav.
Next is a very short video by a Belgian journalist who has been working a lot in Rojava, Chris Den Hond, and he actually brings a very short statement about his Kurdish colleagues who have been targeted and killed by Turkish forces and by the allied Syrian National Army and other jihadi group forces that are working with the Turks.
Hi, I am Chris Den Hond, Belgian journalist for the French online newspaper Orient 21. I was in Rojava in 2017, 18, 19, 2023 and 2024, and also at this very moment. I would like to give my testimony to this trial against war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Turkey. Reporting to the world about Rojava, from Rojava, or from the north and east of Syria is difficult and sometimes dangerous. To get into Rojava from Turkey is impossible because Turkey is doing everything to block reports. So you need to come in from Erbil in Iraqi Kurdistan with permission. Once in Rojava, the Kurdish, Arabic and Syriac authorities have always respected my freedom to gather information. It becomes risky when you approach the areas occupied by Turkey and the Turkish-backed Syrian militias, Afrin, the area between Tal Abyad and Sirikania, and between Manbij and Kobani. The main danger comes from Turkish drones and fighter jets flying over the area. The US-led international coalition turns its eyes away when Turkey, their NATO partner, attacks SDF leaders, political representatives, power plant stations, and even journalists. Reporters Without Borders ranked Turkey in 2024 amongst the 25 worst countries out of a total of 180. Recently, colleagues of mine, two Kurdish journalists, Nazim Dashtan and Cihan Bilgin, were killed by a Turkish drone strike on the road between the Tisrin Dam and the town of Sirin, south of Kobani. In 2023, the car of Delila Agit was targeted by a Turkish drone. She lost her arm. In 2022, Issam Abdullah, correspondent for Anha News Agency, was killed in a Turkish airstrike near Derwick, reporting on the bombing of power stations. In the same year, Mohammed Gerada, who works for the Kurdish channel Sterk TV, was severely wounded and suffered a cerebral hemorrhage from a Turkish airstrike while conducting a live broadcast outside a hospital in Kobani. In 2019, Zozan Berkele was shot by Turkish forces while covering a joint Turkish-Russian patrol in the Kobani countryside. She said that they fired because they saw her filming. Vedat Ercimsi, a Kurdish filmmaker, was killed by a Turkish airstrike. In the same year, a Turkish airstrike hit a civilian convoy and killed 11 people, including 2 journalists, Sahat Ahmed and Mohammed Resho. Injured in the same strike were Dilsov Youssef, Nord Press Agency, Ersin Jaksu, INF, Emre Yunus, Sterk TV, Mehmet Ekinci, Anha, Huner Ahmed Rudau, and freelancers Birjan Yildiz, Rojman Ekin, and Abdirashid Mehmet. These journalists have not been killed or wounded as a result of collateral damage or friendly fire. Most of them have been deliberately targeted by Turkish forces and their proxies because they were exercising their job as press people.
I would like to draw your particular attention to the fact that Kristen Hunt says that 2 of his colleagues were killed. One he was reporting on the destruction of power plants, and another one, when he or she, I don't remember exactly, was reporting on the destruction of medical infrastructure in Kobani. So in the aftermath of the crimes we tried to document in front of you during the last days, you see that in the aftermath of that also the news and the information gathering on these events is targeted by the Turkish authorities specifically. And so I think that is a relevant element to understand the reasons and the purpose of Turkey by conducting these attacks.
And can you tell us, will we be given this video as part of our material?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Everything you saw, everything you will get it, and you will also get the underlying materials today or in the next days. We are gathering the last elements. Now, as a last item on the agenda, as far as the evidence of the prosecution is concerned, we would like to present you 2 witnesses who will be together on Zoom, if I understand well. Okay. It's Hojang Hassan, who is an investigative journalist, and he will talk actually about two things. One, he conducted investigations also on the question of the links of the paramilitary groups with the Turkish authorities, and so you will be able to ask him questions on that. And the second one is a German paramedical worker who was present at a recent bombing, which we'll also illustrate with a video, when civilians gathered at a dam, a water dam, to protest against the actions against civilians and against the actions, the military actions undertaken by Turkey against civil infrastructure. And actually, while they were protesting, they were targeted with a double tap bombing. And so a militant group, and I think that is, I don't know if we will see the videos first or if we will first go to the witness statement, but a militant group actually published a drone image of that bombing. So what you will see is a propaganda video of one of these groups, but it's obvious that the drone bombing has been done by Turkey, and then afterwards these groups make the propaganda or show it as a propaganda item, which is rather peculiar because it's a war crime. We'll start with the video, or yes?
That's what we wanted to ask. We start with the videos? Video.
Yes, I think it's best to start.
Okay, we have the video and then two videos that show the same car, one with how it's a double tap.
The general video, and then we will show the second one as when we have Jacob Rin as a witness, okay?
الو تمام باشه دیمن باشه دنگ باشه تمام
You can see people dancing actually when the impact actually these were civilians gathered at the dam, and you can see them actually dancing. Maybe it's good to show it again. You can see them actually dancing, so it's obviously not a military gathering. And these are the images of the actually of the drone who does the attack. So on the right-hand side of the image, you see the people, a row of people that are dancing. This happened actually in the mid of January, 17th of January this year. And so what you have seen is a propaganda video of one of these paramilitary groups who show their glorious actions against the terrorists. So now we are in connection with Hosang Hassan, who is an investigative journalist who, by the way, also made this video public on his Twitter account. But I would like to start maybe with a question more specifically for Hosang Hassan about what he could tell the judges about the links between these paramilitary, these militias, jihadi militias, and the Turkish authorities. Does he have specific information on this? Also in the light of what is happening now in Syria, where these militias, actually these Turkish-controlled militias, have taken over power in Damascus.
Thank you. بله ایوار باش تمام ایوار باش سپاس بوی لیدر خده يعني شخد جهان تواهيد 8 ديسمبر در باسبوي ده بو يك حسياب بو رجيم بعث لسوريا هلوشية تبي وناجي حتى إيرو ديسا شر لقلق دفرين كردان ولقلق دفرين باكور سوريا هنا جي دومن نهادما شما أفشر هنا دومن ينجي
the entire world heard that the Syrian regime collapsed, but since then the conflict and the clashes in different places of Syria, especially in Kurdish-controlled areas, continues. So it continues, and while we still have this the clashes in northeast Syria. So in order to understand this, we need to look at the history of Syria. Everybody who lived in Syria, everybody from Syria, that Syrian regime came into power in the middle of the last century. The Ba'ath regime had this, they had this very strict policy against the Kurds. So the Kurds, we know it from the time of the Kurdish children, when they were born, they were not allowed to have a Kurdish name. So the families were choosing an Arabic name instead of Kurdish. It is a very legitimate right to name your child after your wish, that was the reason all the Kurds in Syria had a Kurdish name among the family, among the friends, but we also had an official name when we had to go to school. So on the official documents, we had an Arabic name. For example, a friend of mine in his paper, but he was called Azad or something. So this is a story of many Kurdish people. And when the Ba'ath regime came into power in the East, they have really strict and decisions against the Kurds. One of them was about the nationality. More than 250,000 Kurdish people who have been in Syria for generations. These people were taken and they were stripped of their nationality, of Syrian nationality, and eventually they became stateless, and they were defined as foreigners or the stateless, without any rights, without any freedom, until the time that the regime collapsed. These people were still stateless, and the number also increased by the regime collapsed, became 4 times more. So it was a time that there was a census. In the 60s, they started an extraordinary census in the Kurdish regions. As a result of this extraordinary census, the Arab tribes living around the Euphrates are resettled in the Kurdish cities or along the Turkish border. Serekani, and the Amud. This is the place where all Arab settlements were resettled by the regime, and it was called the Arab Belt Project. The aim of the regime was to create a belt as settle all the Arabs there, separate the Turkish border for the Kurdish populated areas. But anything with regard to Kurdish culture was prohibited. for example, Kurdish news, Kurdish language, Kurdish names. And the last two, we know that every year on the 21st of March, that's the Kurdish New Year, when we Kurds were trying to celebrate it in the streets, they were being security forces and arrested and eventually imprisoned. The last one was in 2004. It was and in the 2004 there were nations in Hamas oppressed by the regime very brutally, also caused some other reactions in different places. So the day that the regime collapsed, and time after 53 years, the collapse of the regime should be a reason for the Kurds to be very happy, for celebration, but it wasn't. Why? Because the same day that the regime collapsed, there was another wave of attacks started against the Kurds by the Turkish army, as well as their proxies and pro-Turkish Islamists. Since then, regularly Turkish air forces bombing in Kurdish controlled area. So we even didn't have an opportunity to celebrate the collapse of the regime because we are in the middle of these kind of attacks that are there are different groups that they call themselves as the Syrian National Army. SNA, they are the Islamist groups backed up by Turkey, and they have used human rights organizations Turkish warplanes and Turkish drones and Turkish artillery, and they attacked the region, and several more civilian persons, including children and women who were sitting in their house, who were in their own village, they were killed as a result of these attacks. And more regions, the attacks are still going on. They have never spotted, and we are still every day burying our civilians, but also burying our fighters. SNA of 2017 by the Turkish intelligence service MIT together with the Turkish army. They were actually some so-called army was an opposition army, and now they formed a Syrian national army, and formed by Turkey, funded by Turkey, and also used by Turkey to attack has conducted 3 military operations. One of them was in Afrin in 2018. And Turkish army used more than and they were resettled in Shehba regions, and some of them also went to north of Aleppo. And the regime forces, the Syrian National Army, started fighting or targeting the civilians, IDPs from Afrin that were living in and came to once again go to the Kurdish controlled areas. And another operation that SNA was actually conducting, or together with Turkey acting, people were took refuge in other regions, other cities in the regions. So the connection between SNA and the Turkish government, also the violations and the crime, from Turkey. There are so many documents showing that these members of SNA are not only active in Turkey, but they are used as hired. And everywhere they go, they are notorious. They are known for their human rights violations. So I can say the war that we see has.
But the highest officials from the Turkish states, and the president from Turkey, Erdogan, and other highest officials there, they openly stated against the happening from municipal elections in Syria, which is not their business, and there were also direct threats done from the Turkish military against people in Syria from doing those elections. So at the end, the elections couldn't be organized in the way they were meant to be because of all those threats by Turkey and affiliated proxy groups. So it was said, okay, let's prioritize the safety of the civilians, of the people of the region, and postpone the local elections for now, which would be a part of the democratization of the region and to allow people to choose their own representatives and their own mayors. All the things they haven't been accepted by the Turkish authorities. Now the recent war that 1.5 months ago started, you can see from those videos that the drones are actually attacking and dropping those civilians that went to protest against all those military aggression that happening in northern East Syria. And as a result, a huge number of civilians and people from more than 40 people were killed as a result. They were mainly in the villages around Kobani and the Trishin Dam. From 2 families were there. They were just sitting outside and picnicking, and still Turkish drones came and bombarded them. So more than 10 people, family members, died there, and more than 70 were wounded. So at the end we can see that it's very clear that the Turkish state wants to keep the Kurds away from any table of dialogue for the solution of Syria away. They don't want any participation in all the talks about what kind of democratic system should be applied in Syria, or all these different international meetings to be done without Kurds. So what they're doing all these attacks to keep the Kurds busy, but with that they're obstructing the whole progress, and they're engaging in attacks against the Syrian democratic forces. We have to understand that the SNA is not a normal group, but is itself ISIS. And in the operations that were started around Hasaki against ISIS, and since 2017 until now, the ISIS had announced many operations. Most of those operations were done in south of Raqqa in the desertous region. The danger of ISIS has not waned yet. Even after the fall of the Syrian government, the situation has not changed, and those ISIS forces, they will try to get more space. Those ISIS forces are still around the places where the SDF are guarding, and they're trying to breach through, and also the Al-Hul camp and other prisons where all those ISIS fighters are. When these attacks from Turkey are continuing, then it might breach the protection from the SDF that is happening there, and actually causing the danger for ISIS fighters to be released from those prisons and to join their main forces. So after 2024, we could see many reports saying that ISIS is actually strengthening again after those attacks from Turkey, and strengths to reorganize. 97 operations have been done against ISIS in Syria, but on the other side, ISIS itself announced 113, no, more than 200 operations that have been done against them. So when the Syrian...
And today we know that HTS, the new government in Syria, they don't have enough powers to control every part of Syria. So the SDH is the only force in Syria can actually fight against ISIS and keep those ISIS fighters in the prisons. But if the increase of the Turkish attacks are the reason that the SDF should lose the focus against ISIS and focus on the Turkish. And this is the HTS has not enough power to control the entire country, so SDF is the only power in Syria who can fight against ISIS and keep those ISIS fighters in the prisons. But the increase of the Turkish attacks are the reason why the SDF loses its focus in the fight against ISIS, and they try to defend the other parts of the region that are under Turkish attack. So that should be remembered, that once if those prisoners they manage to escape from the prisons, they will end up in European countries, in European cities, and carry out different brutal attacks that we also witnessed in previous years. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
از پیشنهاد کم که خوشن هستن آنلاین بمینه وقت در فتوی هبه که نهانت شه و امنها به چیا کافرن با آخرین که اکتیویست آلمانا که
پرسکریک دیدن ده هودن خوشک نهاد فهم کرن. Tamam.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, I hear you clear.
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself and explain what exactly you did? First of all, why you were present at the Tishrim Dam, and then what you observed at that day.
Yes, my name is Jakob Rien. I'm from Germany, and I went to Nervous Syria as a physiotherapist to help in the health system. And I actually, because of the war situation, my work was also stopping, and I was helping for the situation for the refugees. They mostly came from Aleppo and Sheba. But over the whole time, I was seeing that the attacks was not stopping, and especially that civil structure and civilists by itself was getting targeting. So after time, I decided also, especially to join the protest and the tissue dam on the water dam. So because I was seeing for a long time this war crimes was happening against civilists, but nobody, like in German or in English language, I wasn't seeing that someone was reporting about this. So I decided to go there to make a video for social media in German and English. So I went also with the convoy to the Titian Dam, but on the 17th January, and actually on the day I wanted to make the video, on the 18th January, I also by myself get a victim by attacks of probably a drone strike. Yes.
So can you explain what happened to you that day?
Yes. On the 18th January, it was, I think, in the early afternoon. I wanted to go back to the car to get something out of the car. We was on top on the dam, like this place. It was also before, I think, visible on the video, where the people normally dancing, make the protest. And I was going to the car, and then I was hearing and also feeling a strong explosion behind me. And at first, I was not recognizing where it was. I was trying to get fast out my camera I had with me to make a video. And then I was recognizing that the strike was probably really near to me. The car, it was like there was already cars that was get bombed in strikes before. There was already burned out and destroyed. And I see that there was smoke coming from. And actually this was the car some seconds before I crossed by foot. After this, I saw that also people was getting wounded by the attack. So I really went fast to them to see if I can help. But I was seeing a lot of people was taking care of them. So I decided to make again photos and a video from the place who was targeted. It was like a black car. The car was the most near to the place where people dancing and make the protest. I can't exactly say how much time there was between. I think around 5 minutes. I also was under adrenaline, but I was filming with my telephone, making a video, and I was making some steps behind to see the whole car. And in this moment, I was feeling again a huge explosion, and also like I was not able to hear. And in this moment, I can say, but I think for some seconds, I was not able to see like everything. I was like shocked, and everything was black in front of me. Then I only saw that I probably fall on the ground and my phone was in front of me. And in this moment, I was realizing I was taking my phone, that I also get wounded because a lot of blood was dropping on my phone, and someone was carrying me away, but I was not really seeing anything around me. Also because my eye was getting wounded, I get the fragment, a metal fragment, was getting in my eye. Yes, and also because of this wounds, I get like a lot of fragments in my legs, but also in the whole left body side. The people there say to me they want to send me to hospital really fast, especially of the eye, because there was not clear, I was not able to see in this moment on this eye. But I was already sitting in one of the ambulance. There was there, but then I reached the information that the ambulance in front of me was also targeted by a drone, probably. So I wasn't able to go to hospital until the 20 December. Then we went to a hospital.
So did we understand well that it's actually a triple tap attack this time? One bomb on the gathering, then when you were filming, the second bomb on the gathering, and then after that, targeting of the ambulances that took away the injured people?
Yes, but the third strike, it was, I don't know how much time. I was wounded, I have really no time feeling. And it was also not directly on the dam. It was really close to the dam. Like when I was on the 20 December, I was getting to the hospital. On the way, I saw the ambulance was burning out on the street. It's like really near to the dam, but not on the dam. So I don't know the definition of it, but I think it is still a double tap, and the third strike was some hours later.
And could you remind the judges about the protest? What exactly were the people protesting for or against?
Yes, like I was really impressed by the protest. This was also the reason that I decided also to go there, because like people from the whole region of Northeast Syria, of Arab region, of Kurdish region, like the whole society came there together to defend the life needs. Like I think because of the damaging of this dam, it's an electrical water dam, over 500,000 people are without electricity, without water, and the people going there to defend their life, like the needs for their life, and with nothing, with only their voices, with their bodies, with nothing else. And this was really impressive for me, with how clearly they say, we still be doing this, they're bombing us, and nobody really takes care about this in the world, but still we want to defend this, and this was really impressive also for me.
Thank you very much. Please stay with us if there are any questions. I think there is a short footage, there is a short video from your phone, the videos you mentioned, so we will show those videos now to the members of the tribunal. These were the two videos where first you saw the black car, which was mentioned by Jacob Rin, which was initially targeted, the cars on the parking, and the people wandered around. And then while he was filming this incident, the second explosion, after which, of course, he was not able to continue to film. And I want to thank you, like all the other people in Rojava who have been documenting, filming these incidents at the risk of their life, because I think that is the only way to get the information out and to inform the world about what is happening. It needs courageous people who film and continue to film even in the event of an attack like this. Madam President, I don't know if there are questions from the jury to either Hoshang Hassan or to Jacob Rin. I think they're available for questions now.
For Hassan. After the attacks that caused 40 deaths, the new Syrian government did not protest with the Turkish government, did not ask to stop the bombing. Thank you.
تمام. نا حتى نها يعني درباري وان هيريشان ده ته هلوست يعني جيت داخوياني جالي حكومتانو يا شامي و تنية ل يعني حتى
So far we haven't heard any reaction or any protest from the government in Damascus with regard to the attacks on the civilians. And as we said, these attacks are taking place daily. They are occurring as we speak, and the attacks around the Tishrin again, and we heard that there are now casualties, that we don't have the clear numbers, how many deaths or how many injured. This is a very recent attack. So, but we know that the relationship between the new government of Syria and also the Islamist groups that are attacking in the region, they are on the same line. They understand each other very well, and HTS didn't attack any places or any areas under HDS.
Thank you. This is a question for Hasham. Can you expand a little bit on the local government elections that you mentioned and the pressures to change? I'm not sure if it was to change venues or change methodology. Can you explain a little bit about that? So I understand the notion of trying to prevent Kurdish people from, the electoral process. But what was the issue around the local government elections?
يعني پیواجویا که درج یا ریببریه لباکر روشلاتی سوریه هاتو بود دست بکرن ریببریا خسر شخوا يعني هپیمانا خوایا جواکی يعني ام بودکارم بیجن گوهارد پشتی گوشوا گلک دورن دن ین
Was started in this region, and there was a social contract was accepted, and after the region that controlled extended by liberating the ISIS occupied places, the social contract was also voted and accepted, and after the second social contract was approved, and according to this period, this is process, after the acceptance or the confirmation of the social contract, they were supposed to have local elections for municipalities and local administration. So there was a higher office for the elections was established. There was this process of candidates, applications, providing the documents, and everyone. It was open to everyone. The Kurds, Arabs, and different groups living in the region. They were so excited, and then the process started, and it was also publicized on the TV. As soon as the publication of these elections started, Turkey started threatening the region, and Turkey declared that these elections are a threat to Turkish national security. But it is interesting that a village in Hasaka region that are going to vote for a mayor that will take care of their water, electricity, or other infrastructure constitutes a danger for the Turkish national security that is like 40-50 kilometers away. So it doesn't make any sense. And we know that Turkey intensified its attacks in the region, in Kamışlı, in Kobani. So it was also very obvious, very clear that Turkey wouldn't allow this process of elections. Of course, there were some discussions and dialogue and then also they sent some messages that these elections should be postponed. So there were only two choices: either we will continue with the process and be targeted by the Turkish army, or postpone it and stop the attacks. So therefore the elections are postponed. And at the same time, it coincided with the time of the collapse of the regime. Therefore, it was decided to postpone the elections. That was the reason why they couldn't take place.
اسكارم برسالك بكم لسر تكيليا أو هيزين إن داشين يدبن للخطة وهذا الشيء تكيليا يكتون اجتماع وهذا الشيء شيء وجريداي تركيجة.
Yes, well, when we look at the map of Syria showing the time before the collapse of regime, one of them, 4 forces are present. One of them is Syrian Democratic Forces, supported by the international coalition, and the regime forces that's supported by Iran and Russia. And the northwest of Syria, it was a Syrian National Army, and next to them it was the HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. That was the Turkish influence zone. It's on the Turkish borders, and Turkey has always have had good relationship with the HTS, although HTS is still in the terror list of Turkey. And I'm not talking about the European Union or the United Nations or the USA. Turkey has a terror list itself, and HTS has always been in the list, but yet Turkey had good relationships to them in Idlib. And SNA, the Syrian National Army, was formed by the Turkey. The higher commanders are also Turks, and the borders have always been open to them, and they are literally on the Turkish border. They are in the terror list, but Turkey has never considered them as a threat to national security as much as they considered a municipality in Hasaki. So they are all in good relationship, and they were supporting each other, and today these great good relationships are still going on. And since HTS arrived Damascus, Turkey is trying to use its influence on HTS in order to realize its plan in Syria. And they want to, Turkey is now willing to form the new Syrian army, and Turkey has already declared that they are ready to train and to form the army, and also place these the Islamist groups that are loyal to Turkey within the new Syrian army that is supposed to be formed soon. And we all know that Turkey has always been supporting the Islamists in Syria, together with Qatar as well as with Saudi Arabia. So it seems that now they are trying to, all these forces, Qatar, Saudis and Turkey, they are all trying to pull HTS to their side. So we will see how it will how it will develop in future, but and all these so-called oppositions, armed oppositions in Turkey, in Syria, are being controlled by Turkey. They will eventually join the army, and they will continue serving the interests of Turkey, which is actually targeting and destroying the Kurdish-controlled areas.
gelek spas و نپیوسته تو برسف ولی داخلینیه که فرمی هاتی بو داین که گوتنا دوی 4 سال در باس ببین حتی که اف هل بجارتن دیسا بکارن ورن ارگانیزه کرن اوه ها اف بویر همیچش آلیه در بدین تسهیر کرن لبلش آلیه هندرین و چته کرن شبو لهف حاطنه که بکاره دناوا سوری دا وره کرن لسر گلو دوی سیستما ای سوری چاوا بش بر لآریه که مدل روش آوان مستکن که جواک بخوا یکسر خودیه ای پیواجوین این هرمی یا گلو لسر سیستمین این نافخوی گلو لسر سیستمین این نافخوی آخفتنان هنه که بلا سوری ده پیش روشی تا چابه و اگر هبن ده چه آستیده و چه فهم کرنا ای هفتو دیمشاندن
وكي ما قلت لا مجبوري بس بدي ليتني من خطز ببرسن
نه وی باسا پرسیارو یکم کریا ای کوکوتنا 4 سال دورا پرسیارو وی بخواه بوشی بایو
دیسا تو بارکش
ولا
the elections that were supposed to take place in Syria was completely different from the recent incidents, because it was the local elections about the municipalities, and it was already organized ages ago after the recognition of the social contract. So, but after the that was the plan. But as I said, it coincided with the collapse of the regime. And the elections were supposed to take place only in the regions controlled by the of the Kurdish-controlled areas, and people were complaining about the lack of professionalism in the municipalities. So they decided to have an election and let everyone to stand in the elections. But as I said, these are a completely different process than the general elections in Syria. And once the Turkish president started threatening the region because of this, therefore these local elections are postponed. And after the collapse of the Ba'ath regime, the situation in Syria has completely changed. Now, before talking about elections, and Ahmed Shara was talking about 4 years and talking about the presidency, we have some more pressing issues, which is stopping the war in Syria. The war is still going on. Before talking about the general elections for the parliament, or forming a government, or talking about local elections, we should talk about stopping the war. A neighboring country is attacking us and killing the Syrian citizens. That is the most pressing issue before anything in Turkey. But furthermore, after stopping this, there should be a process under the supervision of the United Nations, because there should be a ceasefire under supervision of the United Nations, and it should be monitored, and then all the people in Syria, both from north, from south, the Alawites, the Sunnis, the Kurds, and everyone living in Syria should gather on one table and discuss the future of Syria all together without any intervention from Turkey or Iraq or from any other country. And so now the people of Syria future of Syria should be decided by the Syrians themselves, and therefore there should be an inclusive dialogue covering all the different people in Syria, and we want a dialogue of Syrian to Syrians, not the former powers. But as I said, currently a part of Syria is under attack by a neighboring country, and we need to stop. This attack should stop, and there should be a Syrian dialogue. So we will see what will come out. It might take 2 hours, it might 2 years, it might take longer, and they can decide. Maybe they can have elections in certain parts of Syria and later elections in other parts where they are not ready now. So what we say.
Thank you.
Thank you to the both witnesses. That concludes, actually, Madam President, members of the Tribunal, the presentation of witnesses and information to you.
Are you ready, Mr. Prosecutors, are you ready to make your closing statement?
Yes, Madam President.
Esteemed members of the jury, I want to start with one simple statement. Let's never abandon their pet. This was the statement from Rinde, who was there in the garden of the school, who witnessed everything. Today, in the closing remarks, I will remind you this statement, and I think if we want to have a positive outcome for such a gathering, we always need to remember not to abandon their pets, but also not to abandon those girls who were talking to us today as the survivors. First of all, I want to say this, because I believe that in the last 2 days, here we heard very severe crimes, very serious violations, but also I believe that we realize how they were hidden. We realize how they were trying to be kept hidden. So our duty is never abandoning them, and our duty is telling these stories everywhere. In the closing remarks, even at the risk of repeating ourselves,
There are some points we want to emphasize, particularly since it was raised as a question yesterday. It's beneficial to remind ourselves once again why the subjects in the indictment hold this status, why we chose those particular perpetrators. I do not call them as suspects. I will try to keep this brief. I believe the responsibility of the President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is utmost clear. As the head of state, bears ultimate responsibility for the actions of the Turkish military and its affiliated groups abroad. However, it is worth to mention here something which is not very well known outside Turkey. Erdogan is not just a political figure, but according to the Turkish constitution, he is also a military figure, and even considered the highest ranking one. The duties and powers of the presidency, as defined in Article 104 of the Turkish Constitution, include representing the chief command of the Turkish armed forces on behalf of the Turkish Grand National Assembly and deciding on the use of the Turkish armed force. In short, within the constitutional context, Erdogan is a hierarchical superior in the military chain of command. It is clear that one of the individuals with direct responsibility here is currently Turkey's Minister of National Defense, Yaşar Güler. We heard about him today. Yaşar Güler was appointed as minister in 2023. However, before becoming a minister, he was already committing such crimes under a different title. He served as the chief of the General Staff of the Turkish Armed Forces from 2018 to 2023. The time period that we are mostly focusing on here today. Among the suspects named in the indictment, we also have Hulusi Akar, who served as the Minister of National Defense between 2018 and 2023, and then changed the position with the other one, the one before, Yaşar Güler. So you see that there is kind of a criminal organization here. You know, they just change their position. Once one is the minister and then the other is the chief commander, but they are all there and they are planning this all together, and we will not, I will not try to prove this through other evidence. I will just focus on their confessions. We are coming there. We are coming there. For instance, Hulusi Akar. There is a CV online which is presenting us how successful he is. The websites say he executed the Çukur operations domestically and cross-border operations such as Euphrates Shield, Olive Branch, Peace Spring, Spring Shield, and Claw Lork operations. Please accept this as a confession. This is public on the webpage of the Minister of Defense, and he says that he commanded all those operations. The other name is Ümit Dündar, who has been the commander of the Turkish land forces since 2018. Naturally, he is one of the direct and active planners of all operations carried out after he assumed this position. And another name, probably you heard about him a lot, another name is Hakan Fidan, who has been Turkey's Minister of Foreign Affairs since 2023. However, like the other partners, Fidan is also directly responsible for all criminal acts that occurred before his ministerial appointment. This is because during the time periods that we are covering here, Fidan was the head of Turkey's National Intelligence Organization, MIT. There's much to say about Hakan Fidan, but I will share just two short excerpts from an interview Fidan gave 2 months ago. This part is very critical, and I know that you have a lot of questions about this area. And what he says, first of all, in his statement, he proudly states that he has been involved in the Syrian situation since the very beginning in 2011, and then goes on to describe the success of Turkey's cross-border operations. And there, after counting all the operations that we mentioned here several times, he says, all of these were operations we carried out hand in hand with both opposition-friendly elements and our armed forces. Confession. During this process, Turkey not only fought terrorism in the best possible way, but also developed a unique relationship with actors such as Russia, America, Iran, who are regional rivals, but global allies. A relationship that many find difficult to comprehend. So, confession. I draw your attention again. Here, there is one very clear expression, opposition-friendly elements and the armed force. Who are these opposition-friendly elements? I think we all know who they are. We heard it from our final two witnesses. And another quote, final quote from Hakan Fidan. He says, if the Syrian National Army had not been supported, if we had not defended their rights, please be careful here, at the table as much as we did on the ground. So, I think Fidan is very proud of such a cooperation and very clear about how this is naturally, organically there. But final quote from those perpetrators, of course it will come from Erdogan. On the first anniversary of the Olive Branch operation, Erdogan states, there will be never deter our struggle in Afrin, and our process will continue unabated in Afrin, Jarablus, and Albab, just as they cannot stop the Turkish soldiers or the Free Syrian Army at the time. We will soon bring freedom to all Syrian brothers. So, I think the relationship is very clear. So, in short, these individuals, by virtue of their high-ranking positions, are directly responsible for the strategic decisions guiding military and intelligence operations in North and East Syria. The principle of command responsibility, a cornerstone of international humanitarian law, mandates that superiors may be held criminally responsible for crimes committed by forces under their control if they knew or should have known about such acts and failed to prevent from or punish the perpetrators. The named officials had a duty to oversee the conduct of their forces, including the Syrian National Army, and to ensure adherence to international laws and the standards. Investigations and reports have detailed how Turkish-led operations involving both official military units and the Syrian National Army have engaged in actions leading to mass displacement, ethnic cleansing, extrajudicial killings, and a systematic destruction of communities in regions such as Afrin. These operations often saw Turkish commanders in strategic command roles, coordinating directly with the Syrian National Army. Turkey's deep involvement includes logistical, military, and financial support to the Syrian National Army, demonstrating not only influence, but also operational control over their actions. The effective control and the failure to address the resulting abuses implicate Turkey under the doctrines of state and command responsibility. The actions of the Syrian National Army, therefore, must be viewed as extensions of Turkish state policy, orchestrated and condemned by the highest levels of the Turkish government and military. The systematic nature of these violations and the direct oversight and coordination by Turkish officials with the Syrian National Army and other paramilitary groups demonstrate a clear chain of command linking the accused to the atrocities committed. These are not isolated incidents, again, but are part of a broader strategy implemented under the supervision of those with the highest command authority in Turkey. As we present our case, it's critical to affirm the principles of international law and human rights, emphasizing the accountability of those at the top who directed and enabled the actions leading to grave human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law. The evidence we lay before you seeks to establish beyond doubt the responsibility of these senior Turkish officials for their roles in orchestrating and perpetrating a campaign of violence in North and East Syria. Our pursuit is not only for justice for the victims, but also to uphold the rule of law and prevent future crimes by holding those at the highest levels accountable for their actions. But as I said in the beginning, let's never abandon them. I think in the end of those 2 days, we deserve to focus this too, and they deserve this more than us. So, we will not take up any more of your time. Jan will also make this part, but I just want to share how I felt about what I observed, what I read, what I listened to. Firstly, I want to emphasize that we are not here just to defend a case file, just to defend an argument. What is being defended here is essentially the collective conscience of humanity. Because today's decision will be made not just for the people, water, forest, and land of Rojava and Afrin, but for me it is about the dignity and future of all humanity. Rojava is not just a piece of land. It's a story of resistance. A story of resistance that is for all of us, not only for themselves. Rojava is the struggle where women and men, all people, stood shoulder to shoulder against the brutality of ISIS. This struggle became a beacon of hope, not only for the people of the region, but for all humanity. Women in Rojava fought with the idea of freedom and defended not only their own lands, not only themselves, but the honor of women all around the world. They resisted for us. They resisted on behalf of me. They resisted on behalf of all the females in this room, sitting there as judges, sitting here as prosecutors. So we have the responsibility to pay back solidarity. We have this responsibility because we promised today, when Rengin was making that presentation, we promised we will never abandon them. We have no right to do this, so today, last 2 days, we made a promise. I feel it like that. I understand it like that. Today, when I was listening to Socrates, there was a moment that I started to think about past, present, and the future. Socrates explained us how the memory, social memory, collective memory, identity, wanted to be destroyed. But then we listened some other stories and the future. Rengin explained us the future. Future was shot to death. Future, Rinda, and all those girls, they had to hug their friends in their arms, and then they had to watch them dying. We are doing this work not to let any other girl should hold her other classmate in your arms when that one is bleeding there because of chauvinistic approach of Turkey, because of imperialistic approach of Turkey. We will not let this. And yes, this was the future. Where is the present then? Please focus on yesterday. Displacement is the present. Displacement is everywhere. Displacement is going from this district to that, and there they cannot run away from drone attacks because we are not the shield, because the international community is not doing what they need to do. Rengin explained us There was a school. Next to there was an international organization. Children cried there. Children screamed there. Nobody was there. And we couldn't hold them. We have to. We have to hold them. We have to convince ourselves that we are, as human beings, doing whatever we are supposed to do as human beings. So, now I will once again remind our demands. But this is important. I am not demanding all these only for this prosecution team. Not only demanding this for, like, you know, I read you a list of organizations. No, no, no. This changed. This was yesterday's discussion. Today we are discussing something else. What we are expecting today, again, is not only the recognition of these crimes, but also a call for action. To hear the voice of Rojava, to feel the pain of Afrin, to remember those who were massacred, to look at the bare soil left behind by destroyed forests, and on behalf of Nadia, on behalf of Longin, and all the other nameless women who suffered under those secret prisons, and on behalf of Diana, Dilan, Rania, Zozan, Silava, who were killed when they were playing. Also on behalf of Berivan, Ferhan, Jivan, Riyan, Renas, and Hussein Ahmad, who were in a printing house. And also in memory of Hevrin, in memory of Yusra, in memory of Zainab, and all the people of Rojava, whose right to life has been taken away by Turkey's imperial and chauvinistic ambitions, whose names we do not know. Before reading out once again the demands, I just want to say one simple thing. They are today's Antigones. They are fighting for their graves. They are today's Medea, strong fighters. They have this. And I believe that we do not have the chance to be less if we want to protect. Protect by love, protect by solidarity. If they do not go along together, then there is no protection. So what are we asking for? Hold mentioned senior officials in Turkey accountable. We want to recognize the pain of the victims. We would like to open up international legal avenues. We would like to mobilize the international community, formally recognize the war crimes of Turkey, investigate the role of Turkey-backed militias, provide protection and support to displaced communities, and of course start a global awareness campaign. Because again in Rengin's presentation, Novin said something really very sad. She said that nobody stand with us, nobody was there. But we promised we will never abandon them. Thank you, dear Ahmet.
Thank you very much. Now, I think it's time for me to call again on the defence. I will call the names out once more. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Hulusi Akar, Hakan Fidan, Yasha Güler, Ümit Dündar. There's no response, so we take it that the defendants do not wish to put forward a defence.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members of the tribunal, I would like to make a few very last comments on the crimes we have been witnessing. And I will not repeat what we said in our opening statement, because I think we already covered a lot of questions in the opening statement. But I would like just to highlight a few points. First of all, we discussed through the witness statements, we discussed essentially crimes against humanity and war crimes. But in the initial opening statement of the defense, of the prosecution, we also invited you to say in your decision that a crime of aggression or a crime against peace is committed by Turkey. And I think, actually, from what my colleague just said, there is not much to add. The crime against peace, the crime of aggression, is actually openly, overtly claimed and confessed by the Turkish authorities. They don't deny that they intervene with military force in a sovereign country, Syria. They, as I reminded you during the opening statement, the autonomous administration never ever questioned the territorial integrity of Syria, and you heard it from the last witness who said, this is a matter between Syrians, which has to be settled between Syrians. It's in that perspective that the autonomous administration projects its action. And so a foreign military intervention in that process, which should be Syrians against Syrians or Syrians together, is by definition a crime against peace and a crime of aggression. And it's not only important, in our opening statement, we reminded the sentence of the Nuremberg decision, where the Nuremberg court says that the crime of aggression was a supreme international crime, and it contains within itself the accumulated evil of the whole. And we said that is of particular interest here, because it is because of the crime of aggression and because of the purposes of the crime of aggression that the other crimes are committed. It's because of the aim of the aggression committed by Turkey that, of course, the ethnic cleansing, the ethnic engineering, and all the crimes that are committed to terrorize the population to achieve the ethnic cleansing, because many of the crimes, the war crimes we saw, were actually instruments in a certain way to achieve the goal of the ethnic cleansing. I think it shows clearly that the crime of aggression there is actually the major and the most important crime, as the Tribunal of Nuremberg stated. It's also the fact the fact of saying that there is indeed a crime of aggression is also important for the evaluation of the war crimes. War crimes can, of course, only exist when there is an armed conflict. But if you agree with us that there is a crime of aggression, then by definition there is a war, an armed conflict. There can be no crime of aggression if there is no armed conflict that is conducted. And I think also from the reality of what we saw, it is impossible to say that there is not an armed conflict. The intensity, the use of weapons, the drone attacks, this is not a policing operation. This is obviously an armed conflict that is going on in Syria, and in this part of Syria in particular. I remind you the tweet we saw today in the presentation of Barbara Spinelli, the tweet in relation to the operations that were conducted against Hevrin Khalaf, where the president actually said, we conducted these operations against terrorist objectives. The Turkish president actually admits there also on the Twitter account that there is an armed aggression, an armed conflict, an aggression going on and an armed conflict. And of course, the terrorist pretext, I think we couldn't, the fact that it's a pretext, we couldn't illustrate it more clearly than what we saw in relation to the Simav printing house, where there also the Turkish television, based of course on official information provided to them by the authorities, said our army conducted a series of operations against terrorist objectives and we killed so many terrorists today. One of these so-called terrorist objectives was the Simav printing house, and I don't know how one can illustrate more clearly that the whole terrorist rhetoric is actually simply a pretext for an aggression and for crimes committed in the framework of that aggression. Crimes against humanity should be either widespread or systematic. I think we had numerous examples of that during these 2 days. Ibrahim Shekho, who spoke about the ethnic cleansing and the operations where the language in schools is changed, where land grabbing, house grabbing, where the economic exploitation is conducted, and we also cited some elements regarding this in our introductory statement about the olive oil that is actually stolen, and olive trees even, which are stolen by Turkey in other African areas. So I don't think there can be any discussion on the systematic and widespread nature of these crimes. We also heard from the witness statement of Nadia today that, well, she was not the only one who was subject to sexual violence, but that it was a practice which was more widespread in the prison where she was. So it's not an individual incident either. It is a rape used as a weapon in this aggression and in this armed conflict. And so I think we are definitely within the conditions of the crimes against humanity. War crimes, I think, undoubtedly. Once we say that there is an armed conflict, it is clear that the bombing of the Simav printing house, the bombing of this gathering, this protest gathering near the Tishrim Dam, which you saw a few minutes ago, that these are war crimes. There is no doubt possible that these are actually civilian targets. There is no doubt possible, I think, that this would be some kind of collateral damage. We saw the message on the TRT, on the Turkish television Twitter account, where they actually claimed this bombing not as a matter of collateral damage or an error, but where they claimed this as an attack on a so-called terrorist objective. And so the murder of politicians, the murder of the fact that the perpetrators of the murder of Hevrin Khalaf then said that it was an operation which was prepared since a long time, obviously show that these are not individual incidents, individual derailments of a military, of a soldier, but that it's operations that were planned and organized in advance. And of course, when we are discussing this kind of plan, it's obvious that the highest commanders have responsibility for ordering, because of the widespread character, or at least tolerating the use of these kinds of methods of war in the war of aggression against Rojava. And so I think the evidence you saw should convince you that crimes of aggression, crimes against humanity and war crimes were effectively committed in this conflict. The last thing I would like to comment on, or there are 2 points. One is the crime we didn't mention. And we discussed during the question time, we had some exchanges on this matter, the crime of genocide. As I said, we didn't want to, I would say, we didn't want to take the risk that the discussion in this tribunal would be diverted from the facts that we have been presenting. But it is clear that all the building stones for genocide are there. The chauvinistic, racist approach, the ethnic cleansing, the extreme violence, the violence against women, all these are, I would say, signs on the wall that genocide is possible and that maybe it already started. And I think your verdict will be very important in this matter, because if the tribunal, I expressly demand you to do so, at least admit with us that the building stones of genocide are all in place, and that this process, if it goes one step further, might easily degenerate in a full-scale, undisputable genocide at that time. I think if you follow us on this point, then it will give us an argument and an instrument to call upon all the governments of the world to say, you should contribute to stop this process, because you have a responsibility to prevent genocide. You have a responsibility to stop it before it is actually developing to a full scale. And so we call explicitly upon you to, I would say, at least approach the question of genocide in those terms in the verdict that you will render. And then the very last thing, during these 2 days, some journalists came to see me and said, yeah, but this verdict of this tribunal, what next? What are you going to do when, and I said, well, first, let's wait for the verdict of the tribunal, because that is, of course, the first step. But of course, one journalist asked me, will this verdict then, will Erdogan be arrested as a result of this verdict? And I think the question is legitimate, of course. We all would like to be in a position where that could be the outcome of this tribunal. But my answer to that journalist was, actually this tribunal, from that point of view, is not very different from a tribunal like the ICC. Whether the International Criminal Court or this tribunal takes a decision, the matter of the enforcement of these decisions is anyhow a matter of people's struggle. There is no international policeman, nor for the International Criminal Court, nor for your decision to execute it. It depends all on people's struggle. And your verdict can be essential in that sense. Your verdict can be an essential contribution to that. Essential because it will provide an instrument to those who want to struggle for justice for Rojava, those who want to put an end to the Turkish intervention, those who want to put an end to the growing danger of genocide, those who want to put an end to the aggression. It will be an essential instrument for all these people, because you will document the crimes, and you will document and decide in an authoritative opinion that these facts are indeed criminal facts, that these are indeed international crimes. And it will give the opportunity to all those in the world, all those out there, in Rojava, and out in the rest of the world to say with authority, this tribunal actually decided based on evidence that what is happening there is aggression, is the premises of genocide, are war crimes, are crimes against humanity, and that therefore everywhere our governments should act to stop it, to put pressure on Turkey, to act through all the means countries have to stop this process. And so you are not very different from the ICC from this point of view. For you and for the ICC, I think the enforcement mechanism, the implementation mechanism, it is all the people in the room here and all the people out there. It is the people of the world who are the enforcement mechanism, the main enforcement mechanism of international law. And your verdict will be an instrument to legitimize that struggle and to enhance it and to develop it. And so we thank you in advance for what you will do, and we thank you for your attention on this. Madam Chairman, there was one last point which we actually kept to see if anybody would show up to defend Turkey. We have an expert opinion on the impossibility or the ineffectiveness of internal remedies in Turkey, a question which was also discussed today at some point. Actually, the expert opinion was issued by an academic expert, but we will unveil the identity of this expert to the members of the tribunal. The expert, for security reasons, doesn't want his or her identity to be unveiled to the public. We have the opinion. It's very short. We can read it for you.
I'm wondering, in view of the time, whether it's something that we could read.
We can also
now
provide
when
you
we
with
retire.
the text.
Yeah?
We can provide you with the text.
Thank you. In that case, we will now retire to consider. We will not be issuing a definitive judgment today. We will be issuing a statement which will give our first impressions. So a provisional verdict, if you like, a provisional a statement, probably, I don't know, in about an hour or something? Yeah, probably in about an hour. But I think that there is a program for those of you, for the rest of you, to listen to while we are having our deliberations.
Okay, again, spoke Turkish with you. I asked, can I go and sleep?
Can you go to sleep? Yeah, of course. No, you have to wait until they come.
No, I also...
Anything?
Thank you.
Yeah, but...
Everyone, dear guests, so you can stay sit. Some guests are going to talk now, so you can just stay sit, please. Thank you. So we'll continue in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you.
So, so we want to continue. So the tribunal itself is in two parts. The first part is with the judge about the incident we heard since 2 days. So now the judges have gathered to make their conclusion, and that will take around 1.5 hours. So the judge, during they are discussing, making their conclusion, the tribunal will continue with some witnesses who are going to speak about the latest attacks by Turkey, especially in Tishrin, Karakozakh. We have some witnesses who've been in Rojava recently, have witnessed the attacks, observed the situation, and all the statements which are now going to be present here will be recorded and will be given to the judge for the end verdict. Because the judges have now gathered to make a first statement. It will not be the full verdict for the end statement, but the full verdict will be when the judges have prepared their verdict after 1 month or after 1.5 months. The PPT has promised to organize a conference in European Parliament with the judges, with the witnesses, together to declare the verdict. But before preparing the verdict, the witnesses we are going to now to invite to speak about the latest attacks, their witness will be recorded and given to the judge, so the judge can benefit also from their witness in their verdict. So the witnesses who are now going to speak will be part of the verdict itself. The judge cannot now listen to that verdict personally, but they will be given recorded statement by the witnesses we are going to invite now to speak about the latest developments. So we have Evin Sweet. She is the co-president of Executive Council of Autonomous Administration of Northeast Syria. She's on Zoom, on video, and we have Abdul Salam Ahmad, the representative of the Autonomous Administration of Northeast Syria in Beirut. He is here among us. We have Genevieve Georges, Paris Metropolitan Councillor, President of the International Relations Committee of the Council of Paris, former President of Amnesty International, France. We have Paulo Fernandez, is a journalist from Spain. We have Fabio Alberti, the President of Un Pontaper. So they are here. They will give their short statements. Now, because the video of Evan Sweet is ready, I'm calling you to play this video. After Evan Sweet, we will invite Abdul Salam to speak, and each witness, Abdul Salam, because he's coming from the region itself, he can maybe give his statements in 10 minutes, but all the other witnesses, I mentioned their names, are requested to be short, not more than 5 to 7 minutes, especially about the latest observations. So now we are going ahead with Evin Sweet.
بننویس هی گلو
very important task to shed light on all those crimes that are being done on the people of North and East Syria. As gathered together and had long and arduous talks with each other, how to shape their own also created as an independent region, and after that also other regions, cantons followed, despite
ببشنگتیا جنو جوانا هلبت دناوا به رببریه دا هری زیدا رولا جنو جوان در کتیا پیش هم دسپیک ما به 40 صدی کوتا دسپیکر ایرو د تواهی سیستما مدا سیستما هفسروکاتی دهر آلی دا پیکانا هم جی تمثیلیت وکهف کو جنو میر به 5 صدی د حمو سازیه مدنا د حمو آلیه جیانه د بهفرا کارو خبات دکن نه هر چقاس اف ریوبریا کو هاتی آواکرن به شکل کی ارینی هاتی نرخاندن جالیه آشتی خواز و آزادی خواز و دموکراتی خواز و جی هر کو چو اف سیستم بالا گلک مروفا کشاند بو جهه يعني هم لكولينا هم جي هر كسي خاصكو ناس بكي برنگه كي قلق مظن ما بشتكري حاسكرن ومورال قرت جوان كسايتان وجوان آليان ديمقراط دا لي اف نتاني اف بو نهال آلية دي جي نعجباندنك هبو ديجيتيا كقلق تند هبو جي سيستما ورا حمو هزن طاري حمو هزن راديكال دجاتيا به سيستمي كرن وبفي شكلي إيريشن سر في هرمي جده 2012 دست بكريا أو بنافي أرتشا آزاد به بنافي جبهة النصرة به بنافي داعش به بفي شكلي حمو آلينكو راست راست بشجريا خوشتر كدقرتن إيريشي هرما مكرن لدولة تركيا برنجك فعلي راست راست جده 2011 إيريشي هرما مكريا وكتيا نابا شريد في هرمي دا نهادا 2011 دا إيريشا عفريني وكتزاني دسبيكر إيريشا عفريني كو ببالافرين جنجي
where warplanes were used by the Turkish army directly. As we know, there were hundreds of people, hundreds of thousands of people that became victim from the evictions and forceful displacement. They were attacked so that they had to live, so that they had to leave their own place. People had to flee to Shahbal and stay there. Those that stayed in Afrin constantly faced attacks by the gangs that are getting support by the Turkish army. We hear everyday reports about abductions and rapings and money extortions. But not only the population has been put through this, but also the nature, especially the olive trees that are part of culture and also within the Yazidi belief, having a very central role. Those gangs didn't stop also there, but desecrate the graves. Of people. In those attacks from 2019, the Turkish army camps. People are staying in camps and have to endure those situations. The way that the Turkish state and their gangs are attacking has changed since 2020, especially since 23rd of May. They used for the first time drones against the people of our region. In Kobani, they used drones to attack and murder 3 women. All 3 women were active in civilian activities. They were part of the organization known as Women. Very clearly was a message by the Turkish army that they will target civilians and especially women with their drones. And until today, as we all know, drone attacks are being organized and they are not stopping. People are protesting against those drone strikes for retribution and for an end to those attacks. Even those that demonstrate against those attacks have been victims of drone strikes. Our friend who was with the Jazeera canton also had a role in fighting against ISIS. She also became a victim of. Today is for all the people of North and East Syria being attacked by Turkey and disallowed to them. Every day they're under the threat of Turkish on a march, as it happened just recently. You could be hit anywhere. Since 2022 and 23, the Turkish according to international law, the Turkish army has no right at all to invade our regions and to and aggression. Clear in their official statement that it will target and destroy all the civil infrastructure of North and East Syria. On the people and infrastructure from North and East Syria. Water stations, food silos, schools, hospitals, by the Turkish state, which affected the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, and people got because of that, and especially in was needed to heat up their homes and also to run the engines for the machines for agriculture. Is intensifying and making very open statements about that they are in fact doing those crimes, and they say they will continue those. And thousands of cases have been reported, and still not only no retribution, but crimes, they need to be.
And it's not only that Turkey, there was all these attacks might be legitimate or recognized as legitimate. For example, killing of Hevrin Khalem, a politician. Nobody was held responsible, and those now what we expect them to the responsibles for killing the brutal killing of Hevrin Khalef and everyone else that committed crimes against this people to justice. The new these people who committed crimes should pay for their crimes, and that is our expectation from the new government and they should do new government Turkey, and the was supported by Turkey on the 8th of December. Since 8th of December, we have a different situation in Syria since the collapse of Syria that liberated from the regime. Now they claim that it will be a new Syria, but since that day we are facing attacks from Turkey and the Islamic Afrin were forced once again to leave Shehba, where they took refuge after the occupation of Afrin, and Turkey is now attacking the Karakozak and as well as dams, and continue their attacks on different Kurdish cities such as Kobani. But the system that we have here, it is a pluralistic system, and not only the Kurds Syrians, and our life is getting difficult and difficult, more difficult every day as a result of the Turkish attacks. But people have very strong will, and we have always followed a peaceful Turkey doesn't face any consequences. It is encouraging Turkey, but in order to prevent any future attacks, there should be Turkey should be held to respect that eventually we have a peaceful piece of land where we can live, because Turkey is attacking us, killing people, and as well as committing violence and children. We give our hand for peace, but we will also we expect that Turkey and the criminals, perpetrators are brought to consequences for this step to prevent any future attacks and to have a permanent peace. It is also a very necessary step. Should be seen, they should be recognized, and the perpetrators should face consequences. And this is a way, this is the path to investigate and questionings according to international.
In Beirut, he has joined the tribunal. I'm asking you, giving his witnesses.
وتبا سلاف دكن بريزو حرمات دعيني وقتي دي
I would like to salute you all, dear, with respect. At the same time, I would like to thank those who to this tribunal, and thank you. We would like to thank you, both the judges, the prosecutors, as well as all the others who put a great effort to make this tribunal available. And we are hopeful. We have expectations verdict that will come out from the result of this trial, and it will be an evidence, it will be a document, it will be that will be about documenting the crimes that were our people. As we know, Turkey, at the very beginning crisis in Syria since 2011, Turkey supported or allowed thousands of Islamist gang groups to enter the country. Turkey opened the borders for them, and Turkey did crimes all over Syria under the name of Free Syrian Army, and then Jabhatul Nusra, and then ISIS. ISIS was ISIS. They started attacking, and they killed people. They caused forced migration, and within their all propaganda. I'm sure that you have followed these incidents in the media. Turkey, as NATO, until now, Turkey is not responsible for this. As I said, 10,000 of Islamist fighters with the supervision of the Turkish intelligence service were sent in order to commit that we know. After 13 years of war and fighting, still HTS, Jabhat al-Nusra, with his new name, Syrian, the government was delivered to HTS. In our opinion, it was in the framework of an international plot. In the face of the things happened in Gaza, and they to kick Iran from Syria, and this mission was given to HTS. However, it wasn't taken into consideration by the international how much blood or how the people of Syria would pay. All the people, all the different groups, ethnicities living in Syria, then now the HTS wants to rule over all the different groups, and it's very clear from the beginning that it will be a man as they used to rule in Idlib. The same system now they would like to spread it all over Syria. International powers, they have their plans, they have their strategies, and but these are compatible with the international law. These Western countries, they have their calculations, and they have expectations that the new Syrian government will change itself. But unfortunately, it's very clear, it's very obvious that the government change. It is very, their color is very clear, and there are even more bloodshed, more fights awaiting people of Syria. We see the evidence of it in Karakozak, in Teshrin Dam, that civilians, and the same Shia population in the region that under control of HTS in Hama, Humus, Laziqiyah, and Tarsus, and the Alawites and the Christians are also facing persecutions by the hands of terrorists. Just a different version of ISIS, that they are acting or pretending to be different than ISIS. However, they are the same. Someone like Amsha, that are from Ahrahiya and that are responsible for killing of our friends and our comrades, especially in the killing of Havrin Khalaf, have their fingers given different posts in the new government. Those who are targeting us, they are also being supported by HTS. They have different agendas, and they attacked our region in 2013. But they cannot attack us, although they wanted, in order to avoid an international attention on themselves. But they're allowing the Islamist militias to attack us. So Syrian Democratic Forces, despite all the hard work that Turkey did against us, the forces, they defeat the Islamist terrorists, and now the region controlled by the SDF is now hosting 5 million people in the Syria. For all the people in Syria, for Alawites, Ismailis, Murshidis, Christians, Durzis, they have that's the hope for all these groups, and we believe that, and this will be eventually created in Syria, will be a model for entire Syria in future. International forces, the Western countries, should see this fact. HTS, yes, they have base in the country. They feel them comfortable, they will show their face, and it is called HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and Sham is the word used for Levant, which also includes even Jordan and a very much wider of territory, Syria. So first of all, they want to enhance their power. That's why they are not are so aggressive, but once they feel empowered, they feel enhanced, they will start cleaning their vicinity, will attack all the other different Syria. I would like to keep out of time, but today, now this is we have there is a big mission for the Western powers, and unless they start Turkey, they stop atrocities of Turkey, like the Sultan Fatih Sultan that sent its soldiers at the doors, the gates of Vienna. The same thing will happen.
Gregorius, Paris Metropolitan Council, President of the International Relations Committee of the Council of Paris, former President of Amnesty International France. You're welcome. You witnessed it recently. Please, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
Oui, et je vais parler en français, si c'est possible. Oui. Bon, bonjour. D'abord, merci beaucoup de me donner ici l'opportunité de m'exprimer devant vous. C'est un grand honneur pour moi. J'ai fait partie d'une délégation du 22 au 27 janvier de cette année, composée de députés français, d'élus également de la ville de Paris, mais il y avait également des élus de la ville de Rome et de très nombreux journalistes. Au cours de ce séjour, qui avait pour objectif notamment d'apporter notre soutien à la population de Kobané pour le 10e anniversaire de la libération contre Daesh, eh bien, nous avons eu l'opportunité de rencontrer des représentants des différentes autorités de l'ANS et dont la coprésidente que nous avons entendue à l'instant, mais aussi au niveau des forces, le commandant des forces démocratiques syriennes, des YPJ, des YPG, et bien sûr les maires de Kobané et de nombreuses associations et acteurs de la société civile. Avant tout, je voudrais dire que, parce qu'on entend beaucoup la propagande justement turque, comme quoi la région de la Hanès, donc le nord-est de la Syrie, serait sous le contrôle des Kurdes et qu'il opprimerait d'une certaine façon, que ce soit les populations arabes ou les populations chrétiennes, notamment les Assyro-Chaldéens. Je tiens à témoigner ici que dans toutes les délégations et dans toutes les rencontres que nous avons eues, eh bien, ces différentes communautés étaient représentées et pour certaines qui étaient elles-mêmes en responsabilité. De même que je tiens à préciser que ce soit les associations de femmes, que ce soit les associations agissant pour l'environnement, partout, j'étais incapable de faire la différence entre les différentes communautés parce qu'elles travaillaient main dans la main. Par contre, je peux témoigner d'un climat d'insécurité très important en raison des bombardements de drones et des attaques de la Turquie. Des bombardements et d'une insécurité qui obligeaient à changer de route, qui obligeaient à avoir des mesures de sécurité très particulières. Nous avons été toujours accompagnés justement de services de l'armée pour assurer notre protection. Je tiens aussi à dire que, bien sûr, je n'ai pu voir toutes les violations dont il a été question aujourd'hui. Mais je peux dire que la destruction de la centrale électrique qui alimente notamment Kamishlo, eh bien, a provoqué la coupure d'électricité et qu'aujourd'hui, pour répondre à ces coupures, eh bien, il y a eu l'utilisation de groupes électrogènes ou d'autres moyens de se chauffer, comme cela a été dit hier, ce qui entraîne une grande pollution de l'air avec des particules, avec des odeurs nauséabondes, et tout cela entraîne des problèmes de santé. Les attaques contre les infrastructures, il y en a eu de nombreuses, mais je voudrais parler de Tishrin. Quand nous étions à Raqqa, nous avons voulu aller à Tishrin, mais les conditions de sécurité ne le permettaient pas. Et le soir où nous avons voulu rencontrer de ces civils qui vont très courageusement, chaque jour, défendre le barrage, servir de bouclier humain, nous n'avons pu les rencontrer parce que les personnes qui étaient parties le matin sont rentrées blessées et elles étaient au bloc opératoire. Je tiens également à dire qu'à Kobané où nous célébrions les 10 ans, eh bien, nous avons dansé, chanté avec la population qui était extrêmement reconnaissante que nous soyons là, mais qui nous parlait aussi de ses peurs, de ses angoisses par rapport à la situation depuis surtout la chute de la ville de Manbij et la volonté, on le sait, de la part de l'armée syrienne, de l'armée nationale syrienne et des Turcs de faire la jonction entre les deux parties du territoire qui sont contrôlées aujourd'hui par la Turquie, d'Afrin d'un côté et de l'autre côté, couper le corridor de 30 km pour isoler Kobané. Et sur la route du retour, où je peux vous assurer qu'il y avait extrêmement peu de voitures, justement pour les questions de sécurité dans ce corridor, nous avons vu au loin une explosion probablement due à un drone qui s'était abattu sur une maison. 3 jours plus tard, d'ailleurs, dans la ville de Sarin, juste au sud de Kobané, il y a eu une attaque de drone avec 17 morts, je crois, dont 5 enfants. Je voudrais également vous parler finalement de la résilience, parce que malgré ce contexte, aujourd'hui, on a pu le constater, que ce soit, comme je le disais, les associations de femmes syriennes qui se sont battues contre Daesh dans la ville de Raqqa, elles-mêmes, aujourd'hui, continuent de construire ce projet de confédéralisme démocratique qui promet je dirais même, s'il était utilisé par le gouvernement de transition de Damas, eh bien, pourrait permettre une société syrienne, une nouvelle Syrie démocratique, où chaque communauté aurait sa place et les femmes seraient les égales des hommes. Mais il est important également de souligner qu'au-delà des femmes, eh bien, comme les associations environnementales, et je pense au projet de la Tresse verte, qui a pour projet de reforester une partie du territoire, continuent. Et elles nous ont raconté les difficultés dans lesquelles elles sont menacées, elles manquent de financement, et en plus, eh bien, parfois, les membres de leur groupe, de leurs associations elles-mêmes sont victimes de violences. Dernier point, cela concerne les réfugiés. Nous avons eu l'occasion de rencontrer à Raqqa, là encore, des réfugiés. Hier, nous parlions des multi-réfugiés. Nous les avons rencontrés dans ces écoles où ils sont hébergés avec une classe par famille. Ces réfugiés étaient partis d'Afrin en 2018 avec le peu qu'ils possédaient. Et là, ils étaient arrivés depuis quelques jours, depuis quelques semaines d'Al-Sharm, où ils étaient déplacés depuis justement leur départ d'Afrin. Ils sont dans une situation extrêmement difficile, mais le pire pour eux, c'est qu'ils ne savent pas quand ils vont pouvoir rentrer. Ils m'ont parlé de leurs oliviers, ils m'ont parlé de leurs maisons, de leurs champs, de tout ce qui avait été détruit, de tout ce qu'on leur avait volé et de la peur qui était la leur. Et il me semble très très important de penser également à eux. Pour conclure, je sais que je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps et j'aurai tellement d'autres choses à vous raconter, tellement ces 6 jours ont été intenses. Mais pour conclure, je voudrais simplement dire, et permettez-moi de partager mon émotion, mais à Raqqa, quand j'ai découvert la place de l'enfer, là où Daesh décapitait, exposait les têtes, exposait les corps crucifiés, de voir les immeubles alentours d'où étaient jetées les personnes LGBT, de voir le stade où étaient détenues et torturées les personnes. Et pour moi, ça avait une résonance très particulière parce que je viens d'Argentine, j'ai vu la naissance de la dictature et ce stade m'a rappelé le stade de Pinochet à Santiago du Chili. Eh bien, quand j'ai vu tout ça, quand j'ai vu le cimetière des martyrs à Kobané, les tombes de ces jeunes qui ont sacrifié leur vie il y a 10 ans, mais pas que 10 ans, les tombes les plus récentes étaient encore fraîches, eh bien, je me dis que ce que nous devons aux Kurdes, mais aussi à tous les habitants du nord-est de la Syrie, qui se sont battus avec un tel courage contre Daesh, nous ne pourrons jamais leur rendre, parce qu'ils ont été d'une force exceptionnelle et leur sacrifice ne doit pas être vain. Et il ne doit pas être vain, et pour moi, il est temps de leur rendre ce qu'ils nous ont donné, de ce qu'ils nous ont sacrifié. Nous ne pouvons pas les abandonner, nous ne pouvons pas les laisser dans le silence qui, depuis la défaite de Daesh, la coalition internationale les a abandonnés. On voit encore des ruines partout dans le pays parce qu'ils ont cassé pour vaincre Daesh, mais personne n'a reconstruit. Les financements, l'aide humanitaire a été captée par Bachar el-Assad. Alors oui, aujourd'hui, et c'est ce qu'a fait notre délégation, nous appelons à un cessez-le-feu immédiat, nous appelons à une zone de non-vol, c'est-à-dire une no-fly zone. Nous appelons à un embargo sur les armes à l'attention de la Turquie. Nous appelons effectivement à ce qu'il y ait des sanctions si la Turquie ne met pas fin. Et comme le demande le gouvernement de l'ANS, nous demandons au gouvernement de transition de Damas d'inclure l'ANS et tous les habitants justement du nord-est de la Syrie dans la construction de la Constitution, mais aussi de la Syrie à venir. Parce que ce n'est qu'en intégrant justement les membres de l'ANS et tous ses habitants que nous serons sûrs que demain, la Syrie sera démocratique et que toutes les communautés seront respectées, que les femmes continueront à être l'égale des hommes. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much to very strong demands and voice. And on behalf of the delegation, went to Rojava from France. Now we have Pablo Fernandez, a journalist from Spain. Pablo, is he here? No, it seems he left. So, Fabio Alberti, the president of Un Punta Per, is NGO from Italy. Fabio Alberti, is he here? Ah, thank you.
And may I speak in Italian?
Yes.
Ok. Se posso parlare italiano mi trovo meglio, invece che un pessimo inglese. Intanto voglio ringraziare il Tribunale per difendere il diritto internazionale. Il diritto internazionale è sotto attacco dappertutto e la sua distruzione avrà conseguenze gravissime per la pace e per tutta l'umanità. Quindi grazie per difendere il diritto anche in questa occasione. Come detto, io faccio parte di un'organizzazione non governativa internazionale che opera in particolare nel settore sanitario in Siria ormai da 10 anni, a sostegno della Mezzaluna Rossa del nord-est della Siria, e ho partecipato alla delegazione di cui vi ha appena parlato la collega francese dal 23 al 30 di gennaio in Nes, in nord-est Siria. E abbiamo avuto modo quindi di parlare con medici, infermieri, organizzazioni non governative, la Mezzaluna Rossa, le autorità sanitarie in merito alle conseguenze sul sistema sanitario dell'attuale situazione e della pressione militare della Turchia e delle milizie. Noi ovviamente non possiamo confermare che siano legati alla Turchia, ma questo è stato ampiamente dimostrato prima di questo intervento. E come organizzazione non governativa presente in quel paese abbiamo assistito a quello che è successo in questi 10 anni. E possiamo confermare che, non i singoli episodi, ma possiamo confermare che quello che è stato descritto negli ultimi 2 giorni corrisponde al quadro che abbiamo visto. Noi abbiamo visto dentro gli ospedali arrivare decine di migliaia di persone in fuga dopo le operazioni militari turche, abbiamo visto l'ospedale di Raqqa, quando abbiamo cominciato ad operare, distrutto dopo che Raqqa fu liberata da Daesh, e possiamo confermare che le violenze sono continuate anche dopo la caduta del regime di Assad. Ad esempio abbiamo notizia diretta di ciò che è avvenuto nella zona di Manbij subito dopo che le truppe governative avevano perso il controllo della città di Aleppo. Tra il 9 e l'11 di dicembre l'esercito nazionale siriano ha attaccato la zona di Manbij, che non era controllata dal governo di Damasco. In quell'occasione abbiamo notizia diretta della devastazione di 3 ospedali e della distruzione del sistema di organizzazione di smistamento delle ambulanze, ma l'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità ha testimoniato della distruzione, del danneggiamento di 9 strutture sanitarie, e l'Organizzazione per i diritti umani in Siria ha testimoniato che dopo e nel corso di queste battaglie, di questo conflitto, esponenti delle milizie, probabilmente della Syrian National Army, sono entrati negli ospedali per uccidere, per fare un'esecuzione sommaria di alcuni dei feriti. Gira un video che testimonia queste esecuzioni sommarie di 2 persone, ma l'Organizzazione per i diritti umani per la Siria parla di 9 esecuzioni dentro agli ospedali. Così come abbiamo notizia della distruzione di infrastrutture essenziali per la vita, come quelle per l'acqua e l'elettricità, successe dopo la caduta del regime. In particolare possiamo parlare del bombardamento del 2 febbraio nella stazione di pompaggio di Sheikh al-Fawqani, che rifornisce cubani e mette a rischio l'approvvigionamento di acqua per 200.000 cittadini, o il bombardamento o il danneggiamento il 9 gennaio delle strutture elettriche a Jarmia City. Ma vorrei, per concludere, parlare di quello che a nostro parere è il più grave danno che la pressione militare dell'esercito turco e delle milizie hanno fatto nella zona del nord-est della Siria, perché, vedete, è abbastanza facile contare le vittime dei bombardamenti, degli attacchi diretti, ma quanti sono le persone, le morti non necessarie all'interno della Siria del nord-est a causa della distruzione del sistema sanitario? Coloro che sono morti di malattie infettive, che sono morti per gastroenteria, per l'eruzione di episodi di colera. Guardate, il sistema sanitario siriano, noi l'abbiamo studiato, del nord-est Siria, noi l'abbiamo studiato, riesce ad erogare a strutture sufficienti, diciamo, per neanche la metà di quello che sarebbe necessario per il minimo standard internazionale. E questo perché forti risorse che dovevano essere destinate alla salute della popolazione sono stati costretti l'amministrazione a utilizzarle per la difesa. La pressione militare è una delle cause della distruzione o della debolezza del sistema sanitario della nord-est della Siria. Attualmente il sistema sanitario gode di finanziamenti che sono meno di 1/3 di quello che era disponibile prima del 2011, e questo significa decine, centinaia, migliaia di vittime non contate, che sono conseguenza della guerra in corso e della pressione militare, della missione militare turca. Lasciatemi finire dicendo che proprio per questa situazione di sottofinanziamento il sistema sanitario del nord-est della Siria è fortemente dipendente dagli aiuti dall'estero, e voglio lanciare un allarme, perché la decisione dell'amministrazione statunitense di tagliare i fondi degli aiuti all'estero potrà avere conseguenze ancora più gravi anche sul sistema sanitario nel nord-est della Siria, che almeno in parte è stato finanziato in questi anni anche con fondi statunitensi, che da una settimana a questa parte sono stati tagliati. Vi ringrazio dell'attenzione e arrivederci.
So thank you very much for Fabio. Now we have a short video from Roberto Effuomeo, member of the Municipal Council from Rome. He couldn't came, but because he thought that it's very important, he sent us his video. Let's play it. He was here, he left. Okay. Roberto.
Ok. Salve. Saluto a tutti i partecipanti del Tribunale Permanente dei Popoli che si sta occupando della questione del Rojava versus Turchia. Saluto la Corte e l'accusa e tutti i presenti in sala. Sono Roberto Eufemia, consigliere metropolitano di Roma Capitale, e ho partecipato a seguito di una mozione di sostegno e solidarietà del Consiglio metropolitano del 22 dicembre 2024 ad una delegazione internazionale che è stata in Rojava la scorsa settimana. Una delegazione internazionale composta da esponenti istituzionali italiani e francesi e da 40 giornalisti di molti paesi europei. Abbiamo potuto visitare molte città del Rojava e abbiamo partecipato anche alla celebrazione del decennale della liberazione di Kobane dall'ISIS. Abbiamo visitato le città di Kamishlo, Asake, il campo di Alol, la città di Raqqa e di Kobane. Per quanto riguarda i bombardamenti dei droni e dell'aviazione turca che ogni giorno purtroppo avvengono e colpiscono sia obiettivi militari sia obiettivi civili, abbiamo potuto direttamente vedere anche tra la strada tra Raqqa e Kobane i resti di un'ambulanza bombardata solamente 2 giorni prima, così come abbiamo potuto vedere le rovine di città, di villaggi che hanno subito questi bombardamenti lungo la strada appunto che tra Raqqa che porta tra Raqqa a Kobane. Così come abbiamo registrato il terrore che questi bombardamenti di droni e di bombe indiscriminati producono sulla popolazione civile. Popolazione civile che tuttavia conduce una resistenza anche popolare alla diga di Tricirin, perché come ci dicevano in molti, anche abbiamo visitato l'ospedale di Raqqa dove familiari di civili che sono stati feriti ci dicevano che comunque era fondamentale sostenere lo sforzo dell'SDF, quindi la resistenza a questi attacchi delle bande jihadiste sostenute dalla Turchia, perché era un dovere verso i martiri, era un dovere verso i combattenti, ma perché il confederalismo democratico dà a tutti il potere e quindi la responsabilità civile e politica di resistere a questi attacchi autoritari e islamisti. C'è anche una situazione, e questo volevo naturalmente sottoporre all'attenzione della Corte, anche una situazione molto delicata che l'amministrazione autonoma democratica della Siria del Nord-Est si trova a considerare, ovvero sia la gestione dell'enorme campo di Alol in cui vivono 40.000 persone tra sfollati siriani e iracheni, tra foreign fighters e donne dell'ISIS. Un campo che, come ci diceva la direttrice, è una bomba a orologeria, perché purtroppo a seguito degli attacchi turchi a Rojava l'ISIS si sta riorganizzando e sta riprendendo forza sia nel campo sia nelle cellule dormienti che ci sono nelle città. E un'altra situazione molto delicata che va considerata è che l'enorme afflusso di civili che sono stati sfollati dopo che queste forze jihadiste hanno occupato la regione di Manbij, quindi circa 200.000 persone che già erano state che già scappavano da Afrin 5 anni fa, si sono spostate nelle regioni più sicure della Siria del Nord-Est, e quindi moltissimi, se non tutti, gli uffici pubblici di Raqqa e di Ezeghe sono stati liberati e occupati da questi profughi interni. Questo ha portato purtroppo alla chiusura di moltissime scuole e quindi anche un problema di sostenibilità dell'istruzione che l'amministrazione sta portando avanti. Vi ringrazio. Okay.
So thank you very much for Roberto too. So now our witnesses for the latest developments over there and about the attacks are finished. We just being communicated with the judge. They need 10 minutes more. 10 minutes more. So in these 10 minutes, normally we want to have a live connection with Tishreen, with the people over there, but because of the attack they being faced today, the line are not working very well. So therefore we cannot have this live connection with Tishreen or with the people now, with the civilian people now in Tishreen. So the witnesses are finished. If you may allow me to wait for 10 minutes for the judge coming in and giving their statement, so we can make a short break for 5 minutes and then come again together. And in the meantime, the press, because it will be live broadcasted, I invite the press to take their place for the statement of the judge. Now only for 5 minutes and short break waiting for the judge. Thank you. somebody else can call the friends who are outside. Call the friends who are outside to invite them to come in. So in the meantime, be waiting for them to take their seat for the. She has an information to give to you. She wants to share information with you. It's a short information. She thinks it's very important. So therefore, while waiting for the judge taking their place, I ask Margaret Owen to share that information she has. Please, Margaret, where are you? Oh.
Very quickly, 1 minute, there's something that you can all do, because next month there is the UN meeting of the UN Commission on the Status of Women, which will be looking at implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action and the CEDAW. And this is a perfect opportunity to draw attention not just to the horrific treatment of women and girls in Syria because of Turkey and HTS and all the jihadists, but actually to draw attention to the very threat that the very best model anywhere in the world is that has been developed from the Kurdish women's revolution. So I ask you all to lobby your governments, to lobby those ministers for women who are going to the CSW to be sure that we draw attention to what is happening and stop this appalling treatment of Kurds by Turkey and the jihadists. Thank you.
Hello, Margaret. Brilliant. Absolutely, so clear. I'm sorry we've kept you waiting so long. We are just waiting for my colleagues, and then we will read the preliminary statement. This is the preliminary statement of the panel of judges of the Permanent People's Tribunal, the 54th session, sitting in Brussels on the 5th and 6th of February 2025 to decide on the responsibility of senior Turkish officials for alleged crimes of aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity in Rojava, northeast Syria, from 2018 to date. The tribunal has been held at the request of 9 organizations. There'll be a list in the annex. The defendants were notified but failed to appear or respond. First of all, we wish to pay tribute to the courage of the people of Rojava and to express our gratitude, particularly to those who have shared their experiences with us. We thank the team of prosecutors, witnesses, and participating organizations for the diligence and commitment with which they have assembled and presented an extraordinary wealth of evidence for this tribunal. The testimony we've heard paints a consistent, compelling picture of widespread, pervasive, and systematic punishment of a people, their crimes being Kurdish and creating a society built on principles of equality, justice, and solidarity. The aim of the punishment is the eradication of the Kurdish identity, presence, and culture. The people of Afrin were forced from their homes when the city was occupied by Turkey in 2018. The Kurdish population went from over 90% to 25% as their homes were seized and offered to Sunni Arabs and Turkmen, often themselves internally displaced after Syrian government offensives. Properties were systematically looted, storefronts and street signs replaced with Turkish names, the currency and postage became Turkish. Turkish replaced Kurdish as a language of instruction. Land and property were seized, factories dismantled, the olive industry confiscated, olives repackaged and sold as Turkish. We heard that many displaced from Afrin suffered multiple displacements to Al-Shaba, overcrowded tented camps with no access to health care or basic necessities, and escalating violence, to Al-Tabqa, traveling through conflict zones after another wave of military operations, We heard that around 120,000 people were forced out, 40% children, another 40% women, many of the others elderly or vulnerable. The current total of displaced was put at 300,000. Some went to Tel Rifat, where in December 2019 they were subjected to shelling in a wholly civilian area where children were playing in an alley near a school. Of the 10 people killed by the 2 shells fired by Turkish artillery, 8 were children, as were 9 of those injured. We heard the testimony of a parent of a 5-year-old son who was killed and whose 7-year-old was wounded. This was one of many such indiscriminate attacks on civilians in the aftermath of the occupation of Afrin. In Afrin itself, we heard of many arrests, summary killings of political activists and emergency responders, disappearances. We heard how people could tell the time by the screams and cries of those tortured, which began at 9 in the morning and went on till 5 in the evening. A survivor said, "My memory of detention is pain that I shall feel for the rest of my life." We were told of abductions, sexual assaults, rapes of women and girls. The secret prisons converted from schools, agricultural buildings, train stations, and the inability of survivors to speak out for fear of detention and torture, the lack of effective remedies in the militia-controlled courts. We heard evidence of bombardments of other villages of North and East Syria in October 2019, leading to forced displacements of nearly 140,000 more people. We saw evidence, photographic, medical, and laboratory analysis of the use of white phosphorus, whose use against civilians is prohibited, and the same pattern of occupation, violence, human rights abuses, land and property seizures, and resettlement by other groups to prevent the return of those forced out. Some areas have seen more than 27 attacks by the Kurdish army or its proxies. Not military areas, but farmers' fields and villages. The multiple displacements have scattered families, with some family members dead, some whose fate is unknown. We heard how vital civilian infrastructure has been destroyed to make life impossible. We saw photographic evidence of repeated bombings of gas and electricity plants and oil installations, meaning no fuel for warmth and cooking, but also no water, as the largest water plant couldn't operate, leaving 1 million people in villages, in refugee camps, in informal settlements, as well as hospitals, without clean running water, leading to, amongst other things, dysentery and cholera. The nature of the bombing made it clear that it was deliberate, not accidental. We heard about attacks on medical facilities, treating tens of thousands of patients in Kobani and Kamlisho, which again, through their targeting and repetition, are clearly deliberate. About attacks on the environment through illegal logging of forest areas, sometimes for illegal settlements. The attacks on women, the political feminist side of women challenging patriarchy and working for gender equality, and the brutal rapes of Kurdish women by Turkish intelligence officers in the secret prisons were shown to be a direct attack on the Rojava model, although this attack was strongly resisted by the Rojavan women. And finally, today, we heard evidence of acts of cultural and historical erasure, including the bombardment and desecration of Afrin's graveyards and archaeological and historical sites, a 3,000-year-old UNESCO World Heritage Site now repurposed as a military training ground. We heard of the bombing of Shemoka, an experimental intercultural school for displaced children, causing the deaths of a number of students, and the bombing of Simav printing house in Kamishla, in which 7 people were killed. Journalists recording Turkish attacks on civilian infrastructure were also killed. What does this pattern tell us? Turkey's attacks on Syrian territory without UN Security Council authorization amounts to an international crime of aggression. The pattern of attacks, bombings, shellings, drone attacks, atrocities against civilians, the forced displacement and demographic engineering through replacement of populations, the destruction of power and damage to water supplies, the environmental damage, the destruction of cultural heritage and educational institutions, the use of rape, torture, secret detention, are all contrary to international law. All constitute crimes against humanity and war crimes, and they are indicative of genocide. It's not for us as a People's Tribunal, certainly not at this stage, to adjudicate on the legal nuances. We can, however, express our horror and outrage at what we've heard. And we can add that the pattern tends to confirm witnesses' testimony that the aim is to drive out the Kurdish people and culture. The evidence drives us to the conclusion that all the defendants are criminally responsible. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Hulusi Akar, Minister of Defense between 2018 and 2023, Hakan Fidan, Head of Turkish Intelligence in the period and now Foreign Minister, Yasha Güler, Chief of the General Staff during the period and now Minister of Defense, Ümit Dündar, General. So what is Turkey's justification and what does Rojava represent? Turkey claims that its operations are self-defense against terrorists and their supporters in Rojava. The claim is patently unfounded. The Democratic Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, DANES, formed in 2014 out of the chaos of the Syrian civil war, is a model of direct democracy, justice, ethnic coexistence, gender equality, and peace, founded on principles of pluralism and inclusivity. And it's a model of autonomous self-government, a model the Turkish government is set on destroying. Women working for peace are, according to this narrative, terrorists deserving summary execution. While Turkish armed forces carry out many military operations in Syria, the Turkish government also uses proxies, militias that it has funded and provisioned with weapons, and the evidence indicates that these militias are ISIS-aligned groups. Thus, the evidence points not to the Kurds of Rojava as the terrorists, whose fighters fought ISIS or Daesh, but to the Turkish state and its senior ministers as those directing terror against civilian populations. So, what is the current situation in Syria? The focus of the evidence has mainly been on the period 2018, when Afrin was occupied, to late 2024. But recent events have meant the focus has shifted to the present and the future, despite Turkey's continuing aggression against Rojava. It is of vital importance to the future of the Kurds that the new Syrian administration engages positively with Daesh, acknowledging it as an autonomous, self-governing part of the territory of Syria, which does not threaten Syria's territorial integrity. And it's of equal importance that this new administration protects and respects Kurdish life, culture, and autonomy. What are the obligations of the international community? The international community is aware of the continuing suffering of the Kurdish people and the crimes of the defendants, but has taken no meaningful action. There is no state recognition of Daesh. There is no possibility of domestic or international redress for the violations. It is vital that the experience of the Kurds of northeast Syria and the crimes against them are properly acknowledged, that Daesh is internationally recognized as an authentically representative and democratic self-governing administration, and that the international community immediately ensures the cessation of the attacks by Turkey, direct and indirect, on the Kurdish people of Rojava, in order to avert a fully fledged genocide. That's our statement, our provisional statement.
To mark the conclusion of our tribunal, we wanted to offer a symbolic gift to judges, lawyers, and prosecutors present today. On behalf of the mothers of Rojava, we present you with this token of appreciation as gratitude for your dedication and your efforts in restoring justice and peace for Rojava's people. Thank you so much.